Sound.
All right. I'd like to extend our greetings to of the Executive Council, MEC Faith Mazibuko, and other MECs who have joined us today. Diplomatic Corps, Director General from the Presidency, as Directors General from National Government Departments, heads of departments of the province of Gauteng, to the mayors who are here, speakers, as well as members of the legislature, to municipal managers, members of mayoral committee, members of academia, civil society organizations, women's formations in particular, political parties, the business sector, our independent Chapter 9 institutions, our labor organizations, the representatives from the different provinces, of which we have 9. We'd like to acknowledge senior managers of the province, as well as senior managers across the spheres of government. What they do with my laptop, as well as senior managers from various government entities, media houses, esteemed panelists from across the globe. Some are joining us from as far afield as Washington with a considerable time difference. The participants who are here, a very good morning to you. My name is Ntsiki Sisulu. I am the head of department at Gauteng Community Safety, and I am tasked with facilitating this program. First on our program to welcome us here is the champion of women's empowerment and gender equality province, the MEC for Gauteng Community Safety, the economic hub of our country, Ms. Faith Mazibuko, a gender activist in her own right, and a very passionate community activist, a woman who's been in the political sphere and never far from the needs of women and communities at large. MEC Faith Mazibuko is here with and will be joining us and giving us opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to everyone who is present here this morning. Let me acknowledge all the panelists that have taken their time and really and truly appreciating their time and their effort in participating in our webinar, in our colloquium. The ambassador so far that we are able to pick the name is Nhlanhla Sizane. Let me acknowledge all the provincial MECs that have joined us, the members of the legislature. We also have the chair of chairs, Mrs. Sizakele Malubane Nkosi. Let me acknowledge the DG from the presidency, who also used to be our DG here in our province, Ms. Baleni. Let me acknowledge all the HODs, the mayors, the speakers from municipalities, the councillors that have also joined us, members of mayoral committees that have joined us, the academia, the civil society organizations that have also joined us. Let me acknowledge all the business persons that I believe whatever we're discussing today, they will find it within their space to also help implement. Let me acknowledge the civil society that has also joined us. Let me acknowledge the Chapter 9 institutions that members from there who have also joined us, the labor organizations, the progressive women's movement, the officials from both national and province, all the government departments who are with us this morning, the representatives from the different women formations, and the senior public servants that have joined us, also the senior municipalities, the government entities, the media houses, and also the research houses. But the most important people that have joined us are the panelists that I truly, truly appreciate. And as the provincial government, we appreciate that you took your time to actually come and have discussions with us and share with us, especially when we are dealing with the gender responsive budgeting. On this memorable day, where we're going to talk about the gender responsive budgeting as a champion of gender equality and women empowerment in Gauteng, and also as the provincial government, we deemed it important that such a webinar be held as a collective, so we can come and share our experiences, we can collaborate and also take learnings from yourselves, and that we traverse the road in ensuring that gender responsive budgeting are what we see and actually does happen within the work and the space that we have. As Gauteng, I believe that we always will champion some of these initiatives, but we'll also appreciate the participation of other provinces and other government institutions, because this work is not for us alone, but it is for all of us. As Mayor Charlotte Baqeke had actually said, and this year being the year where we are celebrating her lifetime and her legacy, I believe as we are rising up, we are also taking some of our people with us. This webinar is held as a response to a need of bringing the approach to the center of government planning. Furthermore, this webinar is hosted to bring life to the framework on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and also of auditing, which was adopted by Cabinet on the 27th of March in 2019 for implementation by our 6th government administration. The framework sets out an approach to ensure that the country and government-wide systems explicitly and consistently respond to women's empowerment and gender equality priorities. The vision of this gender responsive budgeting framework is to shift from gender blind instruments and interventions towards those which are gender targeted, gender responsive, and ultimately gender transformative. Gender budgeting is an approach to budgeting that uses fiscal policy and administration to promote gender equality amongst women, amongst girls, and ensure that there's also women's development. The process suggests that if properly designed, gender budgeting improves government budgeting and it places budgeting in the context of sound budgeting principles and practices. This new approach is aimed at engendering the existing government-wide planning, monitoring, and evaluation policies, systems and procedures, as well as public finance, budgeting, expenditure review systems, and also to enable the implementation of the framework. Therefore, gender budgeting requires a participatory and a transparent process and an equitable base and a non-discriminatory rationale. Gender budgeting also should aid the formulation and implementation of programs which contribute towards tangible change in the lives of women and girls in South Africa, including persons with disabilities. Given that the gender budgeting framework process requires system-wide and complex changes across the state machinery, we have decided as the Gauteng provincial government to approach the implementation incrementally. So the discussions that are going to unfold today are also going to lay a foundation for the partnership with various international, regional, national, and provincial institutions that will be instrumental in ensuring that institutionalization of these tools indeed change the lives of ordinary women and girls in Gauteng. With these few words, I would like to welcome all of you and wish you a productive discussion, and the part course, the food that we are going to get today In Zulu, we say umphago. It will help us to shape the lives of women. It will help us to influence the budgets that we are working with. It will help us to ensure that what we within the framework has been set up, it is up to us to implement. With those few words, thank you very much and wishing you happy and productive discussions. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, MEC, for those welcoming words and that background in terms of the work that we're going to do. Indeed, we are looking forward to a global discussion, given the panelists that we have, and to have something to take home, something tangible to make sure that when we go, we are here. As Mr. Duduzi Mbata, the head of policy, research and advisory services in the Premier's office in Gauteng, prepares himself to give us the purpose and the background, in a sense, setting the scene for women empowerment and gender equality agenda broadly. I must indicate that it is a global fact and indeed very pertinent to South Africa that despite notable advances in gender equality and women's empowerment, since especially in South Africa, the inception and the dawn of democracy in 1994, the majority of women and girls still suffer from multiple dimensions of poverty, multidimensional poverty, inequality, and discrimination, and especially on the basis of gender. This is compounded by the multiple deprivations and deep-seated social problems, such as gender-based violence and femicide. And as Mr. Mbata comes on, I'm sure he will also touch on the background and what our agenda is there for as a country. Mr. Mbata, over to you.
Thank you very much, our HOD, Ms. Nontsikelelo Sisulu, the MEC for Community Safety, the sector lead MEC in our Executive Council on the important matter of empowerment, particularly women empowerment in our province. I would like to indicate that firstly, the MEC has really assisted me in terms of the acknowledgement of our esteemed guest in the webinar, and therefore would like to get on with the task, difficult as it is. The world continues to undergo multiple transitions because of dominant megatrends such as demographic shifts, increasing levels of urbanization, rapid technological change, and in recent times, pandemics. However, the socio-economic development of women lags to that of their men counterparts, where unemployment, inequality, poverty is more prevalent amongst women. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic is expected to disrupt the makeup of world economies and its societies. Despite the death of over 4 million individuals due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the United Nations Population Fund estimated the world's population to have reached 7.8 billion in 2021, with a split of 50.5% males and 49.5% females. The world population has been growing at an average annual rate of 1.1% between 2015 and 2020. It is further estimated that the population will increase to 8.5 billion in 2030 and 9.7 billion by 2050. About half of the additional 2.2 billion people will come from countries of sub-Saharan Africa, where gender disparities are more prevalent. Coming home, the state's SA media population estimates indicate that South Africa's population currently stands at 60.1 million, with 49% being male and 51.1% being female. Between 2016 and 2021, the population has been growing by an average annual rate of 1.2%. The South African population is likely to grow to around 67 million by 2030. Meanwhile, in Gauteng, the most populated province, the population is estimated to be 15.8 million in 2021, implying that 26.3% of the South Africa's population resides in this province. Between 2016 and 2021, the population in Gauteng has grown by an average annual rate of 2%, almost twice that of the country. Moreover, it is expected that the population in Gauteng will grow to around 19 million by 2020, which will mean that 28% of South Africa's population will reside in Gauteng. The population density that characterizes the Gauteng, as in the Gauteng city region, is in line with the projections of population growth in urban areas, primarily as individuals pursue economic opportunities. Noting the current structure of the Gauteng economy and indeed that of national, as well as other ever-changing nature of work in response to changes in the economy, the expectation of dense populations in urban centers such as Gauteng is inevitable. Urbanization has been a major feature of developmental trends. For an example, urbanization will reach a point at which 70% of humanity will live in cities by year 2030. Proper urban planning is needed to provide adequate infrastructure and sustainable ecosystems that will offer a better quality of life to those that come into urban centers. However, it has been characterized by a widening gap between the rich and the poor, resulting in rising inequality and indeed instability, and thereby entrenching apartheid spatial morphology, which impacts the poor and disproportionately affecting women who carry the biggest burden in the management of the economy and indeed households. Inequality is increasing, posing a serious moral hazard and security risk to global peace and stability. In South Africa and in Gauteng, over the past 20 years, the level of inequality remains stagnant and has even deteriorated in some instances. As measured by the Gini coefficient, the level of inequality is acute, regarded as the highest in the world. The level of inequality is worsened further by the vulnerability of women towards unemployment, income inequality, social exclusion, racial and gender disparities, which hinder improvements in inequality. In this regard, the 2015 Stats SA Inequality Trends in SA report indicates that the average female worker earns approximately 30% less than a male counterpart. This trend is expected to be more severe and has a lasting effect following the disruptions over the past 18 months. The COVID-19 pandemic is the biggest disruptor of urban life since 1918 Spanish influenza. COVID-19 has exposed the lack of coherent policy responses to urban health. It has also revealed the weakest links and blind spots of health, social and economic systems within countries, cities, and shining a spotlight on the differences between them, thus resulting in the perpetuation of socio-economic inequalities. There is a consensus that the global economy has become more fragile than it was in the 1930s during the Great Depression, resulting in the worsening women's socio-economic status. For instance, in South Africa, the unemployment rate amongst women measured at its peak at 36.8% in Q2 2021, whilst in GP it measured at 38.6%. This high-level unemployment amongst women precedes the slower job recovery amongst women relative to men. Following the contraction of the world economy, the World Bank estimates that COVID-19 pandemic has pushed an additional 88 million to 115 million people into extreme poverty in 2020, with the figure rising to 150 million in 2021, depending on the severity of the economic contraction. Again, this is expected to hit women harder. Successful nations, however, or states, are those that will be able to anticipate and respond effectively to these global trends. In response to the global and domestic challenges that confront us, we have committed to a plan of action, Growing Gauteng Together 2030, or GGT 2030. The plan reflects a collective vision of the Gauteng city region in a decade. Amongst its many priorities, the GGT plans to include the commitment towards gender equality through specific growth plans to unlock the potential of women and women-led enterprises. The priority actions include create decent employment through inclusive growth, offer support for women-led SMMEs and entrepreneurs, and setting aside 40% of procurement for women-led enterprises. Create an efficient, competitive, responsive economic infrastructure network, support local manufacturing through mandating the state to buy 70% of goods and services from local producers, especially women-led enterprises. 10 taxi ranks into economic transport hubs with shared ownership between operators, especially women. Rigorously support the expansion and sustainability of SMMEs, empower a significant number of emerging Black firms as contractors and subcontractors, mainly women and youth, and people with disability. All state spending earmarked for infrastructure and other initiatives that formed part of the provincial integration and inclusive growth plans were reserved for women and the youth. Over and above this, to further advance women empowerment, the GGT 2030 commits to the expansion of the Welfare to Work program with 100,000 unemployed young women who currently depend on social support grants empowered with the necessary skills to enter employment and self-employment opportunities. Continuous improvement of healthcare services were one of the greatest achievements directly affecting patients was improved access to antenatal care, resulting in the decline in reported mental deaths by more than 8% and the birth of healthy babies. Additionally, the commitment towards advancing women empowerment during the toughest of times, the national government provided broad-based state support in response to the challenges brought by the COVID-19 pandemic. Further, the government ensured that 1 million people access food relief in 70,000 households, 215 beneficiaries received psychosocial support. With that said, we are looking forward at the discussion on how best we can realize a province of our dream as we seek to contribute towards South Africa and Africa of our dreams, wherein efforts are made to scrutinize and reinvent processes of policy formulation and implementation across all issue areas and at all levels from a gender-differentiated perspective. We are particularly looking forward to enhancing gender-responsive budgeting policy, which we view as a critical strategy in enhancing gender dividend and ensuring a paradigm shift towards gender mainstreaming across the state machinery and taking forward the country's efforts to achieve our constitutional vision of a non-sexist society and gender equality. To ensure women's empowerment and gender equality are at the center of public policy priorities, results-based planning, and budgeting and accountability. From where we sit, gender-responsive budget is about a reimagined, reshaped, and reconfigured policy intervention. It is about appreciation of the inclusion of the other in the allocation of resources. It is also about the use of space and the relationship between space and its users as critical dimensions of building an inclusive society, so that in an inclusive society, especially women can have access to sustainable livelihoods, housing, and affordable basic services. We therefore view gender-responsive budgeting as being a critical policy intervention in building an inclusive society. This is particularly important since in the allocation of resources, the planning and paradigm must be alive to the prescripts of gender-responsive budgeting, and this must be viewed as a critical developmental policy dimension in the work of the public service. This is even through spending towards procurement, towards women in construction, has been increasing over the 3 financial years and is the largest procured item. We believe that to achieve the medium-term goals, more robust efforts should be put into driving up spending towards female-owned enterprises in the remaining years. This includes a targeted assistance strategy that not only women-owned enterprises can participate in the procurement of services in certain categories. We recognize the importance of gender responsive budgeting and accept the reality that to move society forward and change the lives of South Africans and Africans in general, putting women at the center of government practice is non-negotiable. It is also critical that we not only value gender-sensitive policy initiatives, but that we also consider the embedded patriarchal traditions, perceptions in the economic system more broadly. This requires that we not only use the right words and political jargon, but also we express a deeper commitment to challenging gender stereotypes both structurally and practically. To this, we should be persistent in asking the question, where are the women? This is as it concerns women's representation, participation, and inclusion. I believe that this platform we're hosting in partnership with the National Treasury, the IMF, the Department of Women, the EU, as we work towards the enhancement of our technical capacity in the era of gender-based budgeting will inspire government officials in such a way that prioritizing gender in governance is not seen merely as a box tick exercise, but rather as a legitimate vehicle changing the lives of many and building the future that we want. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbada, for giving us that context. Indeed, women's exclusion from the mainstream economy and the lack of access to economic opportunities is further underpinned by, amongst others, patriarchy and an unequal gender relations, as well as, of course, in South Africa in particular, a legacy of oppression and marginalization and unequal access to ownership and control of the economy and productive resources, including land. Women's unequal burden of unpaid care work, we know, has been further exacerbated by COVID-19, as women had already been burdened with unpaid care work. With the advent of COVID-19, I am glad that Mr. Mbada has highlighted not only the program that Gauteng has to move women from welfare to work, but also the state's efforts in trying to relieve the burden of unpaid care work that women have been burdened with. I am also trying to be cognizant of time quite early on, and would like to also indicate that as we move on to issues of statistics and mathematics, we are in an information age, and information is often tainted with fake news, but we know that the importance of data, mathematical data, in that case, brought through statistics will be most useful for us as we work on issues of women, as we develop our policies, as we implement so that we are more effective for issues of women empowerment and gender equality in a way that is responsive from a financial perspective. We will therefore have Ms. Thabisa Dikola Kali, who is the provincial coordinator of the National Statistics System in South Africa in Gauteng. And she will be giving us an overview of the structural conditions that impede progress in improving the status of women. Thabisa, over to you. I had requested that we are alerted if anybody is not necessarily, no sound coming through, Sheila says. Is it any better now, Sheila? Is it good now? Thabisa, yes, you're here. Please go ahead, unmute and please take us through. Over to you, dear. The mathematician in you. Are you okay? Are you technically fine? Is the sound not good on my side? I see there's another message to say the sound is not coming, still no sound. Tapsile, perhaps check the volume on your laptop. No sound from Tabisa. I keep saying Tabisile. No sound from Tabisa. The sound is fine. Kevin says the sound is fine now. Tabisa, please speak so we can try, perhaps also unmute. Tabisa, if you're not unmuted yet, please do so.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I was muted, and I didn't have permission to unmute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Tabisa Kali. I work for Statistics South Africa, and today we're just going to go through what Mr. Mbada already alluded to. What are we talking about? First of all, the first thing is that what are we talking about when we're talking about Statistics South Africa? Statistics South Africa is a national agency, and it was established through the Stats Act of 1999, and the aim is to produce accurate, timely, and accessible official statistics. And the biggest thing being the official, because only the statistician general can declare statistics as official. Every other person or agency that produces statistics, it's always national statistics. Now, Stats SA publishes over 250 publications. And we do social stats, industry statistics, trade, and we also dabble in government finances. Because I'm not driving this this presentation, can whoever is driving the presentation?
Can we have the next slide, please?
Yes, please. And the next one.
And the next one, please.
Yes. And the next one. Yes, we were talking about that. Stats SA publishes over 250 publications on social stats, on industry statistics, on government finances, and on trade statistics, just to mention a few. Can we go to the next one? Can we go to the next slide, please? We do this through a whole lot of statistical processes. We get information from line departments, registered as an administrative records. We also do surveys and censuses. We also collect sector statistics, and we put that through a process called SASCAF. And all of that, the impact is on policy analysis and research. Can we go to the next slide, please? Can you go to the next slide, please? Yes. According to our media population estimates, in 2021, the population of South Africa is estimated at 6.14 million. 60.14 million people, and that is a 1.01% change from the 2020 statistics. And out of that, approximately 51.1%, which is about 30.8 million of that population, is female. Can we change the slides, please? Yes. Can we go to the next one now? Yes. More than half of this population lives in 3 provinces, which is your Gauteng, KZN, and Western Cape. As you can see, 57.2 million of those people live in those 3 provinces. Can we go to the next slide, please? And if we're going to drill down to GP, approximately 49.9%, which is about 7.76 million of the population of Gauteng is female. Can we go to the next slide, please? The next one, when we look, we'll have a look at the structure of the population. As you can see, the population of South Africa has a bigger middle because there is a significant bulge on the ages 25 and 39. So South Africa has a youthful population because most of our population is between the ages of 25 to 39. The next one. It is not the pyramid doesn't look the same in every province. If you look here, we're comparing Eastern Cape and Gauteng. You can see that Gauteng has the highest population of youth and adults, in which case it looks like the South African pyramid. And one of the reasons being that most of the population resides in Gauteng. Can we go to the next slide? Now, if we're going down to Gauteng, the city of Tshwane, city of and city of Joburg are the only districts in Gauteng that have a higher proportion of females. As you can see, other districts, for instance, in West Rand, we have 48.4% of females compared to 50 to 52% of males. This is different only in Tshwane and Johannesburg municipalities. Please, let's go to the next slide. Now, the biggest driver of growth in South Africa is births. As you can see, between the years from 2020 to 2021, we had 1.17 million births compared to 0.7 million deaths. And then the other growth is attributed to migration. Can we go to the next slide? The city of Joburg has close to 38% of the total population that lives in Gauteng. Now, we'll have a look at migration. Can we go to the next slide? Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, over the period from 2016 to 2021, 5 of the provinces had net inflow of people, and Gauteng attracted the most people from migration. And it is important to note that when we looked at the media population estimates, the COVID year, which is 2020 and 2021, we don't count because it doesn't necessarily reflect the true definition of migration. So we look at migration as it is normally defined. Now, the attraction with GP is the economic strength, and it attracts migrants from all over the place, even international migrants. It is the favorite destination for migration. Can we go to the next slide, please? In our study on migration dynamics for women and children, which is the vulnerable people, we noticed that the number of women residing in South Africa increased from 3.1%, which is migrant women, 3.1% in 2012 to 4.5% in 2017. And the highest proportion of migrant women still reside in Gauteng. Can you go to the next slide, please? Now, we have observed a changing pattern worldwide in women migration. Before, we know that women moved only for marriage or they are joining their families. Now we see an increase in women that are moving because they are practically looking for jobs. As you can see, when we looked at that, why did women migrate? Mainly for work and secondly, to look for paid work. Those are the highlights for women migration. So this means that most women move because of those factors. Now we'll have a look at the economy of GP and labor in GP. Can we move the slides, please? The next one. The GDP quarter on quarter, which is seasonally adjusted, is at 1.2. Year on year in quarter 2 2021, it's 19.3%. And the real GDP in quarter 2 on a 6-monthly basis is at 7.5. Now, on the next slide, it shows that the economy grew by 1.2% in the second quarter of 2021. And now we were just checking which provincial economies grew in 2019. And as you can see, we have GP at 0.6%, followed by the Western Cape at 0.4. The others, as you can see, either have not grown or have negative growth. Can we go to the next one? According to our stats, Gauteng contributes more than 34% of the whole national economy, as you can see. Can we go to the next one? Now we're looking at employment. Generally, there's about 54,000 less people employed in South Africa in the second quarter than in the first quarter of 2021. Now in South Africa, there's about 39.6 people that are in the working age, but the labor force right now is at 22.8 million. 16.8 million are not economically active. And out of those that are not economically active, discouraged work seekers make about 3.3 million. And the official unemployment rate in South Africa right now is 34.4, and this is an increase of 1.8 percentage points between the first and the second quarter of 2021. Can we go to the next one, please? Now, if we drill that down to GP, Gauteng has a higher unemployment rate because the unemployment rate is at 34.4, and which is an increase of 1.8 percentage point between the first and the second quarter. And can we go to the next slide, please? Because I'm still talking to the same slide. Okay. Go back to the GP one. One back. Back. Yes, I wanted to talk to the GP one. 4.6 million were employed in GP in the quarter 2 of 2021. Now, 10.7 million people are in the working age, which is the 15 to 64-year-olds in Gauteng. Can you go back 2 slides, please? The whole labor force, one more slide back. Yes. As we said, 4.6 million people were employed in Gauteng in the second quarter of 2021. Now, Gauteng has 10.7 million people in the working age, which is 15 to 64-year-olds. Now, the labor force is 7.2 million. Now, out of that, 4.6 million are employed, 2.5 million are unemployed, and the rest is not economically active. And 0.8 million of those are discouraged work seekers. Now, the unemployment rate in Gauteng is higher than the South African one at 35.4%. And this can be attributed to the fact that most of the people in South Africa reside in this province. Can you go to the next slide? Now, as you can see, GP recorded the third, the person who's driving the slides is slightly faster than I am, so it's kind of throwing me off. Gauteng recorded the third highest official unemployment rate at 35.4%. And the official unemployment rate for Gauteng has been higher than the national average since 2014. And out of unemployed people, women have the women unemployment rate is higher than their male counterparts. If you can see, with the 35.4% unemployment rate in GP, 32.5% is men, and a whopping 39% is women. Can you go to the next slide, please? At 48.3%, unemployment among the colored population is the highest in Gauteng. Next slide, please. Irrespective of the gender, the Black, African, and colored population groups remain the most vulnerable in the employment sector. Can we go to the next slide, please? Can you go to the next slide, please? Finance, trade, community, and social services are the largest industries in Gauteng in terms of employment. They employ the most people. Can we go to the next slide, please? 85% of the people that are unemployed in Gauteng were unemployed for more than a year. So 85% is long-term unemployment. And we define long-term unemployment as a person who hasn't been unemployed for more than a year. Next slide, please. Now, as far as GP stats look, the unemployment rate is at 35.4%, and the expanded one is 42.7%, and the absorption rate, which is the rate at which people are absorbed in industries, is at 43.2%, and the labor force participation rate is at 66%. Can we go to the next slide? We also looked into the informal sector, and the stats are showing us that the number of persons running informal businesses stood at 1.8 million in 2017, with GP having 28.6% or around, which translates to 513%, 513,000. Can we go to the next slide, please? For this slide, we are just showing the differences from 2013 to 2019, and the biggest thing is that in both 2013 and 19, a higher percentage of both males and female in informal employment were likely to be employed in the informal sector. But the jarring thing is that males were the favorable across all sectors, except in private households. So men have a higher rate of participation than women, except when it comes to private household, where you have your domestic worker and so on. Can you go to the next one, please? We also did a comparison from males and females in between 2013 and 2019. And we noticed that Gauteng has a higher percentage of people in the informal employment. And in the above, you can notice that there was a decline in female participation in the informal employment of about 2.3 points. As you can see, in 2013, there was about 22.9. Come on. There was about, in 2013, there was about 25.2% of females participating in informal employment, which went down to 22.9% in 2019. Now, we interviewed all the people that are self-employed and trying to find out the reason why they worked where they worked, why they were involved in informal employment. And the biggest reason was that they did not have any alternative source income. And some of them, they were trying to make ends meet. But the biggest one was that they did not have any other source of income. And only 4% of these individuals that are running informal businesses said they started because they had the skills too. Can you go to the next slide, please? More than half of the 530 self-employed workers in Gauteng are involved in the trade industry. As you can see, you have community and social services at 15%, but the biggest percentage is in the trade. Can we go to the next slide? We asked the people in informal trade what they needed assistance with, and most of them said they needed assistance with marketing, and 40% they wanted provision for alternate sites, and there's a slew of other reasons, as you can see. I'm also declare that this is just a snapshot of the kind of statistics we do. So if you find yourself interested in any one of the stats that we reflected here, you can go to our website, or alternatively call us, and we can drill into whatever stats you are interested in. Now we also examined the gender pay gap. In 2018, women's media monthly earnings were 76% of men's media monthly earning. For instance, this means that if a man is earning 1,000 rands, for instance, then the woman who's doing the same work with the same hours is going to earn 760. That's basically what that means. Can we go to the next one? Yes. And in Gauteng, this figure is at 81.6%, which is better than the national average. But still, it's lower, because if you're earning 1,000 rand as a man, it means that as a woman, you're earning 810 for the same job and the same post. Can we go to the next one? We also did a study on vulnerable groups amongst, and most of these are women naturally. Now, 31.7% of female-headed households in Gauteng do not have an employed household member. As you can see, this is in comparison to 15.5% of males.
Mekali?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, can we move to a close, love?
Can we move to?
A close.
Oh, okay. Oh, we're almost done, actually.
Oh, all right. Yeah, that would be useful. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. We also looked at poverty, and according to our poverty head account for GP, 19% of people in GP were defined as poor, and 9.5% of female-headed household reported suffering from hunger in 2019, and we also looked into the fact that grants in Gauteng were at 10%. Most of the money in Gauteng was sourced from salaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kali, for the data. It is absolutely useful, and actually, when you have data in this manner regarding, for one, the gender pay gap of the difference in salaries between men and women doing the same job is quite alarming and continues to be alarming. But it is important, therefore, that Gauteng, that contributes to 34% of the GDP of the entire country, does actually put a greater emphasis on issues of women's empowerment and gender equality in a very tangible way that will allow us to reduce the 39% unemployment rate amongst women that is in Gauteng alone. So thank you very much for that presentation. The presentation that will come next is from Ostineo Mako, who is in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. She is responsible for monitoring and evaluation. She is also a commissioner in the Commission of Equity, and she, of course, as confirmed by Cabinet, and she will take us through, in part, the journey that we as South Africa have traveled, focusing on the gender responsive planning, monitoring and evaluation framework. And in the end, of course, we've added auditing. As a country, we've gone from GRB to gender responsive planning and budgeting, and eventually Cabinet had indicated that you have to develop a framework, and the department has been able to do that quite successfully. And so it's been slow work, steady work, but we, in the end, that's just where we are. And Ostineo, if you could please take us through the gender responsive planning, monitoring and evaluation framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, goodness me. Yes, you are my former colleague. I love you dearly. Please manage time, love.
Right.
I will gingerly come through and try and assist as well. Okay, then.
Thank you very much, Sinsiki. Good morning, everyone. And also thank you again for the opportunity to present on the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing framework in this particular platform. I really want to appreciate the time that has been allocated to do this. If we can then move to the next slide, just as we continue with the presentation. Thank you very much. By way of what I will be looking into, from the presentation, I will then be talking to the objective of the framework. I will look at the overall concept and approach, key roles, and just look at a reminder of why do we say gender responsive, framework, and look at the current implementation plan as well as some key milestones, and then we'll then conclude. In terms of the framework itself, as it's already been indicated, that the framework was approved in 2019, March of 2019, and the key objective to this particular framework has been to serve as a catalyst to effect a system-wide paradigm shift toward gender mainstreaming across the state machinery, and to ensure women empowerment, gender equality are at the center of public policy priorities, as well as the center of result-based planning, budgeting, and accountability. To further ensure the allocation of adequate and equitable resources for women empowerment and gender equality that are linked to broader public finance reform, as well as ensuring and enhancing the country's overall level of inclusive growth, development, and the broader political and socio-economic transformation agenda. Lastly, to make sure that we contribute to the achievement of our constitutional vision of a non-sexist society and gender equality. Just as a reminder is that the framework is a responsibility of all government departments, public entities, provinces, municipalities are all mandated to deliver on women emancipation and gender equality, including youth development as well as ensuring the rights of persons with disabilities. We can move to the next slide. The overall approach of the framework is there to ensure that women empowerment and gender equality is not only a social sector issue, but cut across all sectors and desired outcomes for this framework is largely located around ensuring economic empowerment, political participation, ownership, and access to resources for women. And also further are looking at a country government-wide planning and budgeting processes that promote stronger institutional accountability to gender equality commitments, which includes the need for a comprehensive and integrated approach, a gender-responsive policy and program at national, sectoral, and local level, and further a gender-responsive institution and system of public administration, including finances, which is transparent and adequate. We can move to the next slide. In terms of the approach, if you can go to the next slide, please. I'll try to look from my side as well. We're looking at the strategy that also, for our own successful strategy. It's the previous slide, if we can just go back to that, but I'll just speak to it in any way. Is this previous slide, not the one that is projected now. The approach and strategy for successful implementation for the framework, we're looking at a pragmatic approach, multi-pronged short to medium-term strategy, mainstreaming gender within existing national planning, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing system, mainstreaming gender within the existing budgeting systems, procedures, and performance-based budgeting initiative, country gender indicator framework, which is linked to the normative framework that South Africa has ratified at the regional and international level, including also the indicators coming from the MTSF. Further, also the success factor looking at accessing multiple evidence and data sources, including government, civil society, and academia. And this is one of the key issues around measuring performance around gender responsive budgeting is the availability of data. And further to that is that women empowerment, gender equality initiative interventions and programs are based on diagnostic and desired outcome for women, girls, as well as for youth and persons with disability. That's the overall approach to the framework. We can move to the next slide. So the next slide is a continuation of showing the interdependencies around the planning, the budgeting, the monitoring, evaluation, and auditing system. And it's very key why the framework talks to that, because it's a reminder to say that achievement of a country gender outcomes requires setting clear gender responsive policy priorities across government based on diagnostic needs, the need assessment, and translating these policy priorities into programs with clear outcomes, indicators, target, as well as intervention that are really mainstreamed intervention. And further to that is about the allocation of the budget to achieve gender priorities and expenditure review against the gender outcomes. And it then moves to making sure that you need to make sure that we have the evaluations of those review, looking for value for money, making sure that the programs that you're putting in place are really achieving what they're set out to do. So this is basically about the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, locating it within the full public service, full public policy cycle. And then the next component is about learn and adapt. This is broadly knowledge management. We must learn, we must adapt, we must change, and we must learn from our, our lessons that are coming through. And then it then moves into making sure that we achieve our outcomes as we want to see them. And this is about women empowerment and gender equality. That's largely what we would like to see when we say we have achieved our outcomes. And that's the overall approach in how the interdependencies are working between the planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing system. And one of the things that we've realized that in order for a success for the implementation of the framework, there are key role players that must always, champion responsibilities in the implementation of this. And the executive, parliament, legislature, chapter 9 institution, we have the president really leading in terms of this championship of women empowerment and gender equality in its totality. You have the department itself, the minister, and everybody in the department. You have center of government departments such as your DPME, your DPSA, Public Service Administration, National Treasury, Department of Cooperative Governments, and all other departments that are taking lead in their responsibility around women empowerment and gender equality. And they need to really champion this if we are to see success. Then you have Parliament and various committees that have been very instrumental in making sure that we facilitate the institutionalization of the framework broadly across the public service. Then legislator also working with component in DPME such as your CS in making sure that new and reviewed legislators and policy that are coming through are making sure that they mainstream the priorities of women and are responsive to the priorities of women to the extent youth and persons with disability. And also the role that is played by the Commission of Gender Equality has been very instrumental in facilitating the implementation of this framework. And we are also now working with the Auditor General. I'm still early stages, but these are key champions in making sure that the successful implementation of the framework does take place. We can move to the next slide. I thought it just a reminder to say, what are you talking about when we're saying gender responsive? So this is an adaptation from the UNDP. So we have various levels, or what we call the gender results, effective scales that we're using, moving from gender negative to gender blind, gender targeted and response. And one of the biggest reasons why the framework had to be put in place is because of a whole lot of the entire public policy cycle that has been centered around being gender negative or gender blind. And we're wanting to really move from that. There are elements of gender targeting, but what we really want to see is a gender responsive public service. And that means the results address differential needs of men and women and address equitable distribution of benefits, resources, status, rights, but do not address root causes of inequalities in their rights. And that just take us to transformation. But for now, if we could really achieve gender responsiveness, that would be a great achievement in this current administration, and looking forward to being able to transform the entire public service and further to moving into the private sector as well as including of the civil society. We can move to the next slide. To the next slide, I'll just brush through quickly. This is the implementation of the framework. We've subdivided it into 10 categories in the broader implementation of that. So we have a focus into long-term planning, which looks at the MTSF as well as the mandate paper. Medium-term planning as well as short-term planning, looking at the strategic plans as well as one plan in line with the district development module. We have the gender-responsive policy priorities that are currently located in the MTSF, gender-responsive evaluation, knowledge and evidence. Here is a bigger focus around data as well as evaluation in their totality, and making sure that the monitoring and auditing systems are responsive. So this is a component that we also look into in the implementation of the framework, followed by one of the key component of the implementation of the framework, which is broadly today's conversation around the gender responsive budgeting. And maybe just to say a few things about gender responsive budgeting is that it's largely about allocating money for activities that eliminate gender barriers to public services and private sector investment. It aims at mainstreaming gender in the public finance and economic policies so that a country has general budget that include a gender equality perspective. Therefore, this is not about budget that separate men and women budget. It's the analysis of the impact of any form of public expenditure or a method of rising revenues on women and girls and as compared to men and boys. It also takes into account further categories of inequalities such as age, religion, ethnic, marital status, etc. And it's not about whether an equal amount is spent on women and men, but whether the spending is adequate to contribute to address the needs of men and women. And that's the conversation we're talking to today. And further other component we looked into the system of executive, and we look into the gender responsive legislation, the performance management, and that's elevating and making sure that, you know, the performance agreements within the country from political, executive, and administrative are responsive. And one of the large key components about communicating advocacy and training around the framework, which is currently led by the National School of Government and the department itself running some forums and some induction. The next slide, please. If we can move to the next slide. So the next slide, and it's not visible, but I'll just touch into it. It's just a touch into the timelines or some of the key milestones of the framework since its development started in 2018, 2019. Various consultation has happened. There was a high-level steering committee that has then been developed there to facilitate for the framework, and it was then approved in 2019. 2020. So road shows the implementation and piloting of the framework, establishment of the provincial workshop. We did the rapid evaluation, and we also found a space to really express the women, youth, and persons with disability priorities within the current medium-term strategic framework of 2019-2024. The 2020-2021, what we saw is a broader rollout into the national and provincial departments, the training with the National School of Government, a greater advocacy and capacity building, self-assessed monitoring tools that have been issued to departments, development of guidelines with the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, and also the elevation of these priorities into ministers' performance agreements on gender priorities. And 2021-2022, we've managed to develop the first report in line with the self-assessment tool on the implementation of the framework. We are really making some motions around, you know, working with the local government through the Department of Corporate Government and SALGA, as well as the broader rollout into the local government, and also anticipating a formative evaluation and a highly space that is now taken over by the National Treasury around the gender responsive budgeting, which is really, really highly appreciated. And in conclusion, I think just a reminder what COVID has just reminded us of the importance of people in the economy, and to see moving as a country, moving to really focusing on people rather than, you know, a whole lot of things that we used to focus on. But South Africa needs to really harness its demographic dividend. I think Stats presentation really showed that the demographic dividend of this country is women and youth, sitting at 51% and 34%. And in order to improve the economy, it's important that this demographic dividend is really economic active. And if we look at what is currently happening, government and business really creating less jobs. The hope now starts to shift to the small, medium, micro enterprises. And this is an area, if enabled optimally, it should improve women empowerment and gender equality, does absorb the many women and youth that are without employment and skills in the country. While transformation will turn so disappointingly slow, perhaps what is important is to create new modalities rather than changing the existing ones, which are really frustrating and really transforming. And just in concluding is that failing to plan and budget for women empowerment and gender equality means we're going to perpetuate the disempowerment of women as well as gender equality. Thank you very much, facilitator, for the time.
Thank you very much, Janelle. That was very useful, and thank you very much for being succinct and concise and to the point around gender responsive planning, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing. We know that what does not get measures does not count, and so it becomes really important that not only do we plan and budget, but also in the end we monitor, evaluate, and also conduct an audit as to who is in the country able to and who is not. And thus, as a province in Gauteng, we have taken the initiative and continue to build on ensuring women's economic empowerment in a responsive manner. Thank you very much. I think it was useful for Ms. Mako to explain what responsive is. And it's important to also note, given the demographics of South Africa, that we do have a high number of young women and women, and therefore it becomes really important to know that it has to be responsive. We also know that persons with disability, the budget needs also to be responsive to the needs of persons with disabilities. So it's important that our takeaway from here is that we learn, we adapt, we manage better, and once we manage better, we can design better, and in the end, we can be more responsive in our budgets. This is a great segue from a provincial to a national and now to a global perspective. And Mr. Robert Clifton from the International Monetary Fund is going to speak to us on best practices together with Nino. Nino, I do not want to butcher your surname, your last name, and I tried earlier, and I'm just afraid I might not get it right. So if you do, when you do come through, since you're sharing the segment with Robert, please do let us know how to pronounce your name, and so we can be better educated in that sense. And Robert, what is really useful about you coming to speak and being part of this esteemed panel is because you have a vast amount of experience from the South African National Treasury to the United States Treasury, as well as Texas, the state in the US. But also importantly is that your main focus has been on budget preparation, especially expenditure planning and budget accountability and transparency. And I think that's what really says to me, we really have a panel that's going to take us somewhere, and we're really looking very much to hearing from you. And so thank you very much for being here, and over to you.
Thank you kindly, HOD, for that introduction and for allowing us as the IMF representatives to participate in this auspicious and important event that can really be part of the transformative journey in ensuring greater gender equality in the province and in the country more generally. And wherever the IMF can support that important ambition will be a privilege for us as we continue our collaboration in South Africa with the National Treasury and perhaps a broader set of stakeholders going forward. As you've said, this presentation will be provided by myself and by my colleague Nino Chelishvili, and she'll come in directly after I make a few remarks on the initial set of slides. I will cover the issues related to the IMF's view of global experience in implementing GRB initiatives, and based on our emerging understanding of the frameworks, the tools, the instruments that bring GRB to reality and to life, to impact on the allocative decision-making processes and M&E related processes. And Nino will cover an overview of recent survey outcomes from the G20 countries on GRB experiences. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Thank you. And the next one. Thanks, Notando. So the IMF, especially the Fiscal Affairs Department, has been tasked with developing good practice and advice and technical consistent information and manuals for guiding and assisting countries to implement more gender responsive PFM systems, public financial management systems. Since 2017, we've been working more actively in this area. We've provided capacity development through 19 workshops and courses, delivered technical assistance to multiple countries. As the map on the right indicates, we've provided TA in the countries highlighted in yellow and to the countries highlighted in blue That map should be updated soon to show our technical assistance directly to national governments that are not shown on that map yet in the right color, but that would include South Africa, Lesotho, the Gambia, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. We've been very active in this area over the last 2 years or so, more so even as I think as a response to COVID and delivering remote missions in the COVID environment. We have also been continuing our analytical work and our research to bolster our capacity to give good advice, to facilitate peer learning between countries internationally and within regions. That includes a G7 paper reviewing the practices of gender budgeting in 2017 that also helped consolidate our view of gender budgeting frameworks. Also, 4 analytical papers have been produced on gender gaps in the labor market. Upcoming papers include an expansion of that G20 paper that I mentioned for G20 countries, which Nina will touch on briefly in terms of sharing some of the initial findings that are yet to be published. There's also quite a bit of analysis that we did in terms of our COVID-19 series of papers and manuals that are available on our website. The review of gender and tax implications and impact of fiscal shocks on gender employment gaps. Can you go to the next slide, please? I think it's taking a second to load up.
Yes.
So thank you very much. So why gender budgeting? The funders understands that closing gender gaps strengthens the economy more broadly, makes it more resilient, and reduces poverty. Policies that target gender can close those gaps, strengthen countries' recovery from the recent pandemic and the fiscal shock and economic shocks, and raise long-term growth prospects. The gender budgeting is defined by the fund as an approach that uses fiscal policy and public financial management instruments to promote gender equality. This definition implies that the effects of gender policies are amplified if gender policies are integrated and prioritized in the overall budget process, that they are based on multi-annual gender strategies that reflect gender equality needs, that the budget incorporates those elements of the gender strategy as per government's priorities and fiscal strategy, and that gender policies are ultimately monitored and evaluated, as are other policies, but these get an additional focus to improve their effectiveness. Ultimately, that is the essence of gender budgeting. Next slide. Sorry, can we go to the next?
Yeah, sorry, we seem to have a slight lag.
Okay, no problem. The principles and practices ultimately of integrating gender responsiveness into the budget process are that we're not intending here to develop a new or separate budget process. It's more about adjusting and using existing PFM procedures and complementing these with gender relevant tools. The integration of the gender approach into all stages of the budget cycle. So it's not just around budget preparation and budget formulation, but goes upstream and downstream. And I will speak to that more in a moment. And as Mr. Naomake from the Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities pointed out, it's not just about women and girls, but also related to gender equality, related to men and boys. Next slide. While the next slide's coming up, I will start talking to the points on the next slide, which relate to the fact that this really is meant, gender budgeting really is meant to be integrated within the existing PFM system. I'm sure it's going to come up in a moment. There we go. So again, to the point that this is not about a separate PFM system or separate process, gender budgeting is ultimately about being integrated to all phases of the budget cycle, or more broadly, the PFM cycle, making sure that it is integrated within national planning and therefore the strategic objectives that guide the budget, that it takes a medium-term approach as the budget should. Ultimately, that the same resources are still being allocated and being prioritized, but gender gets a priority, a higher weighting, because of its impact on a part of the population that has been marginalized and experiences discrimination, and because it has great economic effects and multipliers to ensure that economic prosperity is more widely shared, and economic productivity and participation of women has a strong impact on economic growth and sustainability thereof. The same procedures ultimately integrating gender within the budget preparation processes, budget execution, budget management, and accounting, reporting, and external review and scrutiny. Ultimately, that it really is results oriented. All of this needs to be able to feed into our capacity to isolate, identify gender initiatives, gender specific programs that are not necessarily gender specific but have a very large impact across genders, such as education programs or entrepreneur development programs, and that we assess the impact of those programs vigorously to ensure that there is value for money and that improvements can be made constantly that increase the outcomes and potential impacts. Next slide, please. While that's coming up, the next slide speaks directly to the various GRB instruments and tools that can be integrated into the budget cycle, as shown by the blue bubbles in the middle. The budget phases or budget cycle can be broken up into 4 parts: planning, preparation, execution, and external control. The green boxes at a very high level indicate the opportunities to integrate gender responsiveness into this cycle. We mentioned the gender strategy that should be incorporated into national plans and into, for example, in the South African context, as it already is, into the medium-term strategic framework, which informs the medium-term fiscal framework and the expenditure framework, which are under the guidance of the National Treasury in South Africa. That the budget circular guides national departments and in the case of South Africa, through provincial treasuries, provincial departments, on what needs to be done to bring about a more gender responsive budget, how to introduce the gender lens. The budget is a highly rules-based, highly time-framed process, and there needs to be clear guidance and clear instructions on how to incorporate better practices that bring out the ability and strengthen the ability to prioritize gender specific programs and gender interventions. And that needs to be very clearly defined by the treasuries, by the ministries of finance, so that ministries, departments, and agencies can act accordingly. Within things that find their way into budget circulars, for example, can be the need to perform ex-ante gender impact assessments. So when a department makes a proposal to either increase or decrease budget for a program or a project that's underway, that a gender impact assessment is a requirement that is undertaken to assist in the decision-making process around whether the program should receive additional funding or should be reduced and rationalized and funds reallocated to other priorities. A gender budget statement also provides a tool that can be incorporated in existing budget documents. In the case of South Africa, the budget review or the medium-term budget policy statement, or indeed in individual chapters and votes of the estimates of national expenditure. The same would apply to at the provincial level, where the same or similar budget documents are also provided. Tracking tools that allow for identifying and isolating expenditure for gender-specific programs or gender-relevant programs. And these tracking tools can take the form of, for example, budget tagging mechanisms, which the National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury in Gauteng have initiated already. The cycle goes round, and I won't speak to all of the other phases, but it's very important that what gets reflected in the budget is also reflected in the reporting and monitoring phase, that the Accountant General's Office and the Auditor General's Office also take cognizance of changes to the budget and ensure that that reporting can be enabled, and that to provide platform for accountability at, for example, the level of Parliament or the provincial legislature. Next slide. Just a few more slides, and then I'm going to hand over to Nina. The following slides I won't go through in a lot of detail because I was speaking to them indirectly in the previous slide, just reflecting in more detail the kinds of instruments that have proven to be highly beneficial in other countries in the region, as well as more globally. For example, as I mentioned, incorporating gender strategies into sustainable development goal or development plans with the frame of multi-annual gender responsive budgeting efforts. I mentioned circulars and gender impact assessments and coordination mechanisms that are enabled through better identification and transparency that's provided through these types of instruments, such as a gender budget statement provided in the budget documentation of government. Next slide. That speaks to phases 3 and 4, in particular highlighting, as I mentioned, in budget execution, monitoring and reporting phase, the need for in-year reporting that reflects budget priorities that are shown, or gender priorities that are shown in the budget, so that there can be ongoing monitoring and evaluation. Also reflecting in annual financial reports and annual performance reports, and an external audit, the recognition that audits, ex-post evaluations are also critical and can be improved on or adjusted to ensure that there is a gender focus that's brought about in the normal course of business. For example, spending reviews that are done as part of evaluation processes or the audit process undertaken by the external auditor, in this case in South Africa, the Auditor General. Can you skip to the next slide, which just highlights examples in the region, screenshots, very high-level examples of these instruments as they're employed in other countries. The next slide reflects, thank you very much, the format of output, at least not of the template, but the output that's shown in the Canadian budget documentation in terms of gender impact assessment. The other example there shown is for Rwanda, which provides an example of the instructions and template for budget submissions that need to reflect the analysis of gender impact of existing programs or requests for additional funds for new policies and programs. The next slide also highlights examples in terms of the latter phases of the budget cycle from a reporting perspective. Morocco is also a country that has really led the way and provided good practice examples for other countries to follow, especially in their annual gender report, which reflects the programs and objectives and indicators that are identified specific for gender-related programs or gender-relevant programs. And Austria has also integrated, as part of their program and performance budgeting reforms and planning reforms, gender into those reforms, and gender also then finds its is reflected strongly in their annual reports and performance reports. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to hand over to Nino to go through the results from some of the surveys that have been done recently. Thank you very much. Nino, over to you. Perhaps Nino is struggling. Are you there? I'm just checking if there's any message
from her. Not in the chat.
Okay. I know she's online. Has she been upgraded to a presenter? Can we check, please? I'm also checking.
In the meantime, what I should do is be fair and also indicate that Nino's experience in public financial management is also quite extensive, and that she has provided technical assistance and been a technical advisor in this space. And she's also provided technical assistance, particularly in public financial, pardon me? I'm being disturbed by my colleagues here, sorry, in public financial management strategy, in expenditure controls and budget execution. And it's really important to also note that she's also been able to do the same in the area of gender responsive planning and budgeting. And of course, her experience also starts long before, but includes her work in the World Bank as well as the Ministry of Finance of Georgia. Nino, I still am not brave enough to say Chilishivi. Yes, Robert, Chilishivi.
Yes, that's close enough, I believe.
Nino, are you with us?
I think she needs to be upgraded. Okay, she's been upgraded as we speak to presenter status. I think she can share her camera and audio. Thank you.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Nino.
So yes, that was quite close. My last name is Chelishvili. Chelishvili, yes. Thank you, facilitator. I'm really pleased to be here. Thanks, and my congratulations for organizing this excellent event and for the good work you are doing towards achieving the gender equality goal at both national and provincial levels. This is a really important topic and a privilege for me to be with you and present some of the work we have carried out at the Fiscal Affairs Department of the IMF. Could you please go to next slide? Yes, thank you. So I would like to give you a global perspective in gender budgeting implementation worldwide. To underpin our analytical and capacity development work, the Gender Budgeting Survey has been developed and operationalized back in 2018. The work intends to assess how are PFM tools deployed to increase gender responsiveness of fiscal policies. It has been an important tool to gain an understanding how countries are approaching this reform and what has or has not worked in countries globally. The structure of the survey covers 5 areas of focus: gender policies and fiscal policies, legal and institutional framework, budget preparation, budget execution, monitoring and audit, impact, challenges, and other issues. As you see, coverage is quite broad. 93 country responses have been recorded to date. And this is quite a representative sample. By income groups, as you see, we have representation of low-income countries, middle-income countries, and high-income countries. But also by regional groups, we have all 19 countries from G20, 16 countries from Middle East and Central Asia, European countries, Asia and Pacific, 30 countries from Sub-Saharan Africa, and also Latin America. If you pay attention, these acronyms here reflect the acronyms that are widely used in the IMF to denote these regions that will be used throughout next few slides. Next slide, please. As I have mentioned, gender-responsive fiscal policies is one of the areas covered by this survey. Targeted fiscal policies are a key mechanism through which governments seek to achieve their gender equality goals. As you see on the chart, gender-responsive expenditure policies are somewhat common overall. In the green areas, you see that some of the policies are almost green for every region. Most common policies seem to be to address women's labor force participation and income support, and also to improve health outcomes, as well as policies to counter domestic violence. Only a few policies have an objective to promote women into leadership position. So you see the key to coloring for this heat map, and the colors were calculated based on the count of countries as a percentage to the total number of countries in that region. So overall, gender-responsive tax policies are less common worldwide. Next slide, please. So that next slide is about legal framework and its implementation or adoption in countries. Nearly 1/3 of surveyed countries have gender budgeting requirements within some form of legal framework, ranging more than half for G20 countries to 13% for MCD. However, out of this 1/3 of surveyed countries, only a little less than one-fourth, like 24% precisely, have gender budget requirements enshrined in the Public Finance Act or annual budget law. While the evidence is not supporting the argument that this is quite widely used, the legal framework in PFM Act. From the specific country examples, we can assert that in some countries where they have gender budgeting requirements, formal requirements and frameworks within the Public Finance Act, these implementation of these reforms have worked more efficiently. Next slide, please. On this slide, you see the chart representing the utilization of gender budgeting tools within the PFM cycle. As you see, this is at quite varying states across countries and across regions and across different tools, but perhaps the main observation we can extract from the chart is that the application of gender budgeting tools in budget execution, monitoring, and audit phase, which are last 4 sets of bars, is quite weaker than that in budget planning and preparation, which are like 1st to 5th sets of bars. These tools that are used within budget planning and preparation, like gender budgeting statement, gender needs assessment, ex-ante gender impact statement, budget circular, a gender-sensitive one, of course, performance indicators related to gender equality. These are the most applied tools globally. But when you see this last turquoise bar, this represents the percentage of countries from all 93 responses. So this gives us the indication that upstream PFM process gender budgeting tools are more widely used than downstream ones that are last for, let's say, annual budget execution reports that reflect gender budgeting programs and their performance. Also annual performance reports and ex-ante gender impact assessments. As you see, the last set of bars about the utilization of gender audits, it's quite underperformed. Next slide, please. Some observations that can be drawn from the survey responses and results and considerations perhaps for improvements. So there is strong PFM, there is strong evidence that strong PFM systems are a necessary foundation to underpin utilization of gender budgeting tools and practices. It is evidence that gender budgeting gaps tend to be larger in areas where PFM foundations are weaker, let's say. Therefore, synchronization of gender budgeting and PFM reforms is important and will be crucial going forward. In the design and planning phase, strong PFM practices such as medium-term planning horizon, results orientation, strong coordination mechanisms, in synergies with gender budgeting tools, also within the upstream PFM cycle, such as the gender impact assessment and gender budgeting statement, are essential to ensure the resource allocation to gender priorities and sustainability of gender policies. This is how PFM, a strong PFM foundation, interacts with gender budgeting tools and institutions for better outcomes. We need to consider the ways to address shortcomings in application of gender budgeting tools in downstream PFM process. Perhaps some of the things that we may consider are improving the quality of gender-related performance indicators to aid performance reporting and streamline non-financial performance reporting. The other thing could be adapting a financial management information system to capture all gender-sensitive programs and to enable cross-cutting reporting by priorities. And also, perhaps there is a need for more stronger ex-post impact analysis and practices to feed back into budget planning and budget preparation process. Let me stop here, and I will look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chilichivici. And we will, just after one more presentation, take comments and answers and some comments so that we can also have responses. I see there's a hand or two that is already up. But also thank you very much for actually emphasizing Robert initially that gender responsive planning and budgeting is really about responsiveness to the needs of men and women. So it's important that we make that distinction, and it's not always misconstrued to mean only women. And I did also quite appreciate the importance of prioritizing issues of responsive budgeting, even within the fiscal constraints that we are currently experiencing. And of course, one's takeaway, Ms. Chivichi, was the issue that gender tax policies are less common, and it would be perhaps a very useful point for us to look at going forward as we move through. And yes, indeed, Canada and Morocco have been countries that have shown best practice in this space for quite some time. Morocco, particularly because it's been headed by their finance ministry, and actually years ago it was a female who was heading it up, and it was quite interesting to have been there to actually witness and learn some of those best practices as well. We were too, once upon a time, a best practice country in South Africa. We are on our way back. So just watch the space, and here we come. So thank you very much for that. And then obviously it is really about planning, preparing, executing, reviewing, and ensuring that we have external controls. We will now have Mr. Len Fevey, Mr. Len Fevey, who will be presenting to us. He is going to present on the implementation of gender responsive planning and budgeting within a South African context. And he is coming to us from the Motsepe Foundation as head of research, having been also part of national government at some point, and as well as being part of, I know, don't blush, Len. Various research institutions, I'm almost done, various research institutions, ITASA amongst others, and we look forward to the South African context. As we had indicated that we had started way back in 1995, but how we had started through the legislature. And in the presentations that we just had, we see that in the cycle that IMF is presenting is that the legislature comes a little bit later. We have since, of course, amended in South Africa to follow suit because after all, our budgets are approved by the legislature. So over to you, Len. I take it you will project your presentation?
Thank you very much, and good morning still. I'm hoping it will appear on your side. So perhaps we should just give it a minute. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. There we go. Do pardon this about the 3 to 4 second lag time between slides. So hopefully it's improved a bit.
No, that's fine. So thank you very much, and good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for welcoming me. So yeah, as you've indicated, I've done various things over the last 2 decades, I suppose. Now the head of research at the Motsepe Foundation, which is, I think a lot of our viewers will know, was established by Patrice Motsepe and Dr. Precious Moloi Motsepe, with a specific focus on the economic inclusion and the empowerment of women and youth. That's sort of a core focus. And so I think from that, it makes kind of natural sense to focus on gender responsive budgeting as well. So I'm just going to, we can stay on this slide. I'm just going to do a few things, and I'm going to keep it quite brief, mindful of the fact that I think ideally we should leave enough time for discussion as well. And you'll also see there's some overlap with some of the previous presentations, which I think is great, because it's always interesting to see how different people articulate a similar set of concerns and priorities. So I'll talk in 2 slides just about gender responsive budgeting, then talk a little bit about a particular experience that the Motsepe Foundation had in running a gender responsive initiative in South Africa quite a few years ago now, specifically to share a bit in terms of how we approached it. I wasn't full-time employed by them at that point, but I was one of the lead researchers on that project, so I'm quite familiar with it. And then also some of the findings, because I think some of the findings at that point, although we didn't have the framework that currently exists, some of them are quite relevant. And then I'll conclude with just some speculative comments on the way forward. So gender responsive budgeting, and by the way, I think the term GRB is sort of, it's a term a lot of people use. I think we should just agree that we mean it inclusive of the entire process of budget drafting, approval, execution, and evaluation. So in other words, it covers all of those stages, because it's quite correct to realize that the issues are not just in, say, the formulation of the budget, but that the gender dimension needs to be across all of those phases. A gender lens means we look at that whole process in terms of the recognition, essentially, that gender blindness is not the same as gender neutrality. And, even gender neutrality is not good enough in a country where, as various previous presenters have pointed out, we are not at a point of equality yet. So we require explicit gender-oriented measures. For me, it's always a concern. I think it's necessary to speak on the level of concepts, but it's also very useful sometimes to use examples. So in my IDASA days, we used to just give a typical example that if you're in a local community and you ask men and women to list, let's say, an impoverished community, and you ask men and women to list the 5 priorities, a very small minority of men would say street lighting. A very large majority of women would say street lighting. Now, the reasons are obvious, but they're not necessarily obvious to men who are not necessarily thinking around safety and don't have the same concerns as women. So that's an old example, a very new one, an interesting one that intrigued me recently about gender bias and how we have to keep that in mind is simply around facial recognition technology. And some of the people attending might be aware of the research by Joy Bulambini, where she found that facial recognition technology, so artificial intelligence technology, has about a 0.8% error rate for white male facial recognition, and about a 35% error rate for dark-skinned female facial recognition. So this is the kind of situation where we and the kind of reality that actually underlies, or it's one inroad into why gender responsive budgeting is required, because we need to be responsive to bias. We need to understand that budgets are not neutral. They're ultimately tools of power, and therefore a focus on women, including women in the various phases of the budget, is simply essential. Next slide, please. Why does it still matter? I think the emphasis on still, I've already made the point that we haven't gotten to where we want to be. I think the presenter from Stats SA, as well as the presenter before her, whose name, sorry, escapes me now, made the point around like all sorts of indicators that suggest we haven't gotten to equality. It's also what I call here, if you look at the third bullet, it's simply developmental low-hanging fruit. Money spent on women has very significant, all the research shows this, it has very clear multiplier effects in an economy. It's kind of like the best use of money, especially in any context, but especially in a fiscally constrained context. It's really important that we recognize that exclusion has a cost, and more than that, that investing in women has very tangible benefits. The last bullet there, women typically save better. They're better savers than men on average. They repay loans better, even though they struggle to get loans. They tend to share and cooperate better. There's more of a transfer of knowledge. These are all benefits that are available there for us. Now, this is about the broader economy. It's not just about GRB, but obviously in any country, including South Africa's, the role of government and of GRB in facilitating economic inclusion more broadly of women is pivotal. Next slide, please. And this is just, you'll see the heading here. In case we were, I don't think in this session today, there's a lot of people who would be complacent. But in case any of us were getting complacent, this is just recent results from the quarterly labor force survey over the COVID period. So this is a Stats SA publication. The labor force survey is great because it comes out quarterly. So it's really allowed us to track the differential impact of COVID and lockdown measures and so on men and women. We'll see there, I'm not going to belabor every number there, but 10% job losses of women over the 5 quarters for which we now have data. So that's from March 2020 to June 2021. Men, 7.5% job losses. The numbers are quite spectacular, right? I mean, 754,000 women's jobs lost. For men as well, it's a tragedy, 687,000. What's also interesting is that which is not covered in here, but which is worth mentioning, is that we've seen a much larger share of women withdraw from the labor market. So not only citing that they're discouraged, this is the narrow unemployment rate, so it wouldn't include that, but women who are simply exiting the labor market, not because they want to, but because they are simply, there's nothing there for them, so to speak, sort of a loss of hope. And it's not clear whether that's going to be reversed automatically as the economy recovers. To some extent, it will, but you know, that's a great concern. You'll see as well that, I mean, even before COVID, obviously the unemployment rate for women was higher. It's a point that's already been made, but the women's narrow unemployment rate now at just under 37% is truly a matter of concern. And this is women overall, right? This is of all ages and of all population groups. If we hone in by age and population group, we find the statistics are even worse. You know, I just actually made a little note while I was listening. If you were a Black African woman aged 21, your chances of having a job in 2008 were 29%. That's now gone down to 17% in 2021. So clearly, there's much to be done. There was a degree of progress pre-COVID, but these last 18 months have undoubtedly impacted women harder than men. Next slide, please. So this is not this next slide is not forward-looking. This is sort of setting out the approach that was taken in the study that we did some years ago, and I'll talk a bit about the actual study in a moment. But these are sort of 7 questions which I think are still worth considering. You know, I think they're still fairly useful questions when we look at whether we're doing enough from a GRB perspective. There's one spelling or typo error here, which I apologize for. So it says, are there gender active policies and programs which give effect to the policy? So that should actually just read, are there gender active programs which give effect to the policy? Are there gender neutral or blind policies, which in fact are likely to be gender regressive? Okay. Is there sufficient transparency of gender relevant budgetary data? You know, I mean, we can't do much if the budget data doesn't allow a clear indication of gender prioritization or lack thereof. And I think the IMF presentation also emphasized and set out in a great deal more detail how you can build the required transparency into your budget cycle. I mean, that's vital. If you don't have this transparency, then that's almost like the first thing that you need to insist on, because it's only when you have good data in this sense that you can then actually see what's happening and where the gaps might be. Point 4, were there gender responsive participatory opportunities? This goes back to the idea of gender bias, that, you know, to put it as bluntly as possible, we cannot have a situation where men are fashioning gender allocation, because it's simply not going to address the biases that need to be addressed. Are allocations to gender active policies adequate for full implementation at the envisaged scope? Do gender active allocations increase in real terms over time? And do they maintain a similar relative priority within the overall budget? Does spending on the gender active allocations perform at least as well as the average for all the allocations? And I would add now something to do with the audit/evaluation stage of the budget, which isn't really explicitly expressed here. Point 7 there, just emphasizing that, you know, you can have the policy, you can have programs within your budget, you can even have the allocations, but there are plenty of contexts where those allocations are the ones that get underspent, that get shifted in year, etc. I mean, it is ultimately, at least partly, about power. So doing this kind of analysis in the previous presentation, you know, it could be an ex post analysis as well, just to check, was spending efficiency similar for gender allocations to all the other allocations that are gender neutral or gender blind. Next slide, please. Sorry, I sort of mumbled that. Next slide, please. Thank you. So this is, could we go back one slide, please? Yeah, thank you. So this is just this is the sort of the initiative which looked at the 4 national departments: health, energy, agriculture, and trade and industry. Part of it was to establish at that point what was happening in 4 national departments. The idea was, and the initiative, didn't gather the momentum that we would have hoped for, but it was firstly to establish a kind of baseline for subsequent gender budget audits, to build a sort of a database, and to test our approach as well with other stakeholders. Can we go to the next slide? I think perhaps more important is, or more interesting in this space, is to just talk a bit about what we found there. Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. I think we've skipped one again. Could we go one back?
It's on what did we find? Is that the correct one?
Yeah, mine reads where do we go from here? So I think we need to go one back.
Okay. It will, yes.
Is it just a little bit slow to load? Hey.
All right.
Thank you. All right, that's the one. So these are in very summary form, these are the conclusions of that study of 4 national departments. At that point, and I think, by the way, this is still largely true, the extent to which gender active policies were mainstreamed was uneven. In some instances, so in some of the departments, clear gender equality goals existed and programs had been established to achieve these goals. In others, there was no gender lens to policy making. There was no gender policy as such. There was no gender unit, none of these tools or mechanisms. The absence of this kind of lens made it difficult to identify work some departments did in fact do that contributed to women's well-being. So it's not the case. So there simply wasn't a gender lens. There wasn't gender mainstreaming. This is not to say that the departments were not doing work that benefited women, but it wasn't articulated as such. There was no rational policy related to it. An example is agriculture, where there were plenty of support programs for, let's say, smallholder agriculture, which had a clear benefit to women. But because there was no gender lens, the programs were not designed specifically to deal with particular challenges that women in agriculture might face as well. So that's a change in mindset. And it's also an opportunity to pluck what I've called developmental low fruit. Because if you start having a gender lens in smallholder agriculture support, the bang for buck, the value for money from your programs is going to be much higher, because you're going to deal with specific gender-related challenges in the design of it that at the moment or at this point in time was not occurring. The third one, gender disaggregated data that's available to departments was generally quite poor. So, and it made it hard to plan for the departments as well. So there wasn't enough data, or it was old, it was dated. It was kind of a lot of the, even where there was a commitment to it, our sense was that the departments were sort of working in the dark a little bit. And then maybe just to touch on the last one, we didn't find any particular divergence of gender program spending from overall spending by a department. So we didn't find a sense that these were necessarily the programs or the initiatives that were cut, under fiscal pressure, for example. Can we go to the next slide? Thank you. I'm just going to summarize all of this. I think the focus of these recommendations was particularly on the importance of partnership. I think in the introduction I mentioned that, you know, I've worked in various places, including national government for 5 years, in fact, until quite recently. But I think that to get GRB implemented successfully, to get buy-in, so to speak, multi-stakeholder partnerships, multi-stakeholder efforts are essential. So I think it's very important to involve civil society, academia, business. There is the technical aspect of designing an appropriate gender-responsive budgeting framework, and that's vital. And that is going to require, you know, policy, may even require further legislation. And it's certainly going to require the kind of rigorous control of the budget that Robert Cliff mentioned as well. But beyond that, more can be done in terms of gender disaggregated data as well. That, you know, there is scope, I think, to prioritize that in support of GRB on Stats SA's part, which would be welcome anyway. Next slide, please. I think final slide. So in this last slide, which is, so the previous slide was kind of conclusions from the study and the process that was conducted then. This final slide kind of just looks a little bit more at just from 2021, and specifically, if I, you know, the focus of the foundation. So I mean, where our work has shifted from GRB to economic inclusion, and something that I haven't mentioned, that hasn't been mentioned here, but that we're increasingly feeling is vital, is appropriate mentoring. So I mean, I can imagine even in a GRB context, if you have support for women-owned business, the importance of mentoring women business owners as well as youth business owners is, I think, vital as we think about the future. Growing the social economy, I think that's vital. Women are very represented in that as well. Adequate funding for GBV, I don't think there's any disagreement on that. Perhaps if in closing, just if I can comment on that fourth bullet, which is moving from technocracy to values. I think that as we move to perhaps a more effective South African state than in the last few years, we're going to have to look at our bureaucracies as well. We're going to have to look at and somehow find ways to get a new balance between the need for accountability frameworks, which we have to have, and the need for an external focus on delivery. I recently completed an assessment of South Africa's 5 metros in terms of budget participation. And I found that one of the things that struck me the most was the incredible complexity of the processes and the reporting requirements that were established. They have a need. One can understand why they exist, but a lot of government officials, in this case local officials, the lion's share of their time is spent on the compliance rather than on the delivery side of it. And I think, and this is a final, perhaps mildly provocative comment, in introducing and taking forward GRB now in South Africa, I think it's vital that we ensure that this is not just another set of administrative requirements that we impose on overworked government officials. So we have to find a way to introduce these sort of programs in a way that allows the focus on delivery to be central. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Len, for your presentation. And it is, I take away the fact that budgets are tools of power. I couldn't agree with you more on that point. And also to show the inequality that persists around women. You highlighted the fact that women are better savers. We women are better payers or repayers of our loans, yet we are not necessarily afforded loans at the same rate as men are, and yet we also earn less. But yet we are better payers or repayers of our loan and are better savers, and so it does continue to show the inequality, and that is perpetuated in terms of women. And I do also appreciate the issue of the adequacy of allocation and moving from gender responsive, not necessarily moving, but or maybe using it as a tool that you, perhaps as Motsepe Foundation, are looking at gender responsive planning and budgeting, but also moving towards the issue of economic inclusion primarily, which of course is important, and with a gender-based violence and femicide that is continuing at quite an alarming rate globally, and in particular in South Africa. I have noted, your input around budgeting for gender-based violence, and I think we have a presentation on that as well coming up later. So thank you very much. It is time now for us to have questions and answers. The session is planned from 10 to 3. I want to believe people are aware of that. Perhaps my bias also in time management is that I have a gender bias, so I tend to be more biased towards the subject so that we can all have the necessary tools. I had also checked to see if we have CFOs in the meeting and to make sure that they too have an opportunity, not this one time, but on an ongoing basis, because it will be their responsibilities ultimately to actually begin the process of the budget planning cycle within government and elsewhere. With that said, I know Beauty's hand has been up for the longest. I would like to then see if there, with a show of hands, people can raise their hands so that we can then call you up so that our panel's members can then respond to your question. The question that had been asked, how does the Department of Women measure the state impact and effectiveness of the framework? Dineo Marco has answered in the chat. And I think it's important to also note, as you raise your hands, that in the presentation that was made by the International Monetary Fund, that the issue of auditing but also impact was important there. Beauty, shall we allow you to ask your question? It's the only hand I see up, colleagues. Beauty Makitana. Mankinta. No, if not, I'm happy to move on to the next section. Next session. You see how I'm eagerly happy to move on to the next sessions so that Sheila Quinn, who will be our next facilitator, and Beauty has lowered her hand, I think she just realized that, can then take over. But do allow me to introduce Sheila Quinn, who is going to be the facilitator of our next session of a panel discussion that will ensue from here. And she is an international expert on gender budgeting for the European Union, and we do indeed thank the European Union for having her to be part of us and share her expertise, but also that she is a political economist and a gender specialist with more than 25 years of experience as a senior consultant in all facets of gender mainstreaming, with particular expertise in gender responsive budgeting. And of course, she is currently the team leader of the technical assistance team to the South Africa European Union Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Program, and have had the good fortune of having engaged with her while I was in the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability not too long ago. And so we do appreciate that and thank the European Union for that partnership. So I'm glad that Sheila is coming and facilitating this panel, where she also has provided technical capacity for gender responsive budgeting in numerous countries. And of course, our dynamics are different. And she's not only that, but she's also a writer. She's written a college module. So I think we are in good hands to have Ms. Sheila Quen take us through the second session of a facilitated panel discussion. Thank you very much, Linda, and over to you.
Good morning. I'm trying to engage my camera. I think I have managed to engage it. Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be with you this morning. Happy to say that I'm here in sunny Pretoria and delighted to be part of this auspicious event. I'd like to congratulate Ntombi and her team, and indeed everyone at Gauteng provincial government, for bringing together such an array of expertise and perspective. And we have an esteemed cadre of experts for our second session, a panel of women with a wealth of deep experience in the field of development and in advocating for the centrality of women to that development agenda. They're all well practiced in the modalities needed to progress equality for women and their empowerment. And critically, I think our experts on this panel know when to use gender budgeting, how to plan strategically in determining its optimum use. Because after all, gender budgeting is it's an ambitious project. It's highly political as well as highly technical. It's a relatively new domain for the consideration of equality issues. We're seeking to transform the traditional view of the budget and how things are done. And gender budgeting, therefore, provides that gap between the management of public finances and the pursuit of human rights and equality. And this relatively new territory demands a bold and skilled approach, which our panel of women are well experienced in. And so now we begin. I see Lisa is up. So does that mean, Lisa, you're first? Or we're going out of the order presented here, is that correct? Okay, we'll go with Lisa, since Lisa is on the panel. We need to go with Bandita second because of her time pressures. So Lisa is a buddy, an economist with the IMF, focusing on Sao Tome and Principe, gender-related issues. Previously, she was the team manager for the gender research under a joint IMF-DFID collaboration that focused on macro issues in low-income countries, and I was happy to be part of that with Lisa. Her research examines gender budgeting and fiscal policies initiatives as tools for reducing gender inequality. And before joining the IMF, Lisa conducted program evaluations for the US Department of Labor and has also been a consultant with the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank. Lisa, thank you.
Well, thank you, Sheila, and thank you to the organizers for the opportunity to be here this morning. It's been certainly an enlightening and an insightful discussion. I think the presentations this morning have touched on quite a few points that I'd just like to make very quickly and make sure that the rest of the panelists have plenty of time to speak to. So I'd just like to offer a few examples of how fiscal policies can help address the burdens of gender inequality too, but also the burdens that women face during the pandemic. We can think about how governments can extend income support to the most vulnerable and ensure that this covers women in the informal sector, which is crucial in sub-Saharan Africa. So we've seen governments doing cash transfers, thinking about tax policies. How can they ensure that women's unpaid care burdens are indeed addressed through fiscal policies? Thinking too about providing incentives for flexible work options. This is all the more important during the pandemic, especially when women face the burden of trying to make sure that their children have opportunities for education and addressing the issues of remote work and remote learning. And of course, to ensuring that there's access to healthcare during and after the pandemic. I mean, these are things that can, of course, be addressed through the budget and need to be addressed because of the issues of the pandemic. And then in the medium, I'm hearing that I'm not audible. Is that the case?
You're audible to me.
Okay. Okay. I just got a note saying that it wasn't audible. Let me continue then, and perhaps it's just for a couple of people. Okay, great. Other people can hear me. And then in the medium and long term, policymakers that are working on gender budgeting can think about other issues too that women face. So when, again, going back to addressing unpaid work burdens, we can think about investing in labor-saving infrastructure, providing greater access to water, to safe transportation, to electricity. All of these things can, of course, help reduce the unpaid work burden that families face, but particularly for women. Again, safe transportation options. I mean, I think it was Len who mentioned the gender bias in thinking about street lighting and how women would benefit more from perhaps different public transportation routes and options for them. Of course, access to quality childcare is crucial, and not just childcare, but quality childcare, making sure that young children and parents have access to high quality childcare. I'm thinking too, investing about the digital infrastructure and internet access. I mean, these are things that have proved crucial during the pandemic, but even before the pandemic, we saw the need for internet access in terms of access to finance and increasing women's ability to access mobile money. Fiscal policies too can help address unpaid work burdens through gender budgeting, as I mentioned all throughout this morning. These help inform the budget decisions, thinking about gender disaggregated data, gender impact assessments, and how all of this can really strengthen fiscal policies and budget design to improve overall gender equality. And then, of course, too, outside of the budget, other things can be done to help complement the work that's being done in the budget, thinking about social institutions, social norms, legal barriers. Are there laws that are on the books that are perhaps discriminatory to women? And then finally, I'd just like to mention eradicating harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation, and ending gender-based violence. I mean, these are all parts that need to be considered part of the budget process as part of fiscal policies, with the overall reform process that is needed to help improve equality for women. And with that, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. What this reminds me of is the limitations of gender budgeting as gender mainstreaming, because there are dimensions to it, the dimensions of fiscal policy that are, if you like, above the envelope, above gender mainstreaming, and they are critical to the broader project of empowering women and providing them with the services that they need. And critically, you point to the unpaid care burden and the necessity for that to be addressed. So I appreciate that contribution. I think it's a timely reminder, and that the focus needs to be on those larger, I call them macro budgetary decisions, and not just how it permeates into mainstreaming. So thank you, Lisa. And we're going to move now to Ms. Bandita Sijapati. Bandita, which are you? I see three faces now. There you are. Good, thank you. And Bandita is a senior social development specialist with the East and Southern Africa Social Sustainability and Inclusion Unit at the World Bank. Her work focuses on social risk management and social sustainability, leading the implementation and rollout of the World Bank's environment and social framework, and engaging on operational policy and analytical aspects of the social development agenda, including gender, social inclusion, and citizen engagement. She has a PhD from the Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs at Syracuse University, and a master's degree from Columbia, my alma mater. She is a visiting academic at the Centre on Migration Policy and Society at the University of Oxford. Thank you, Bandita. Over to you.
Thank you, Sheila. So I believe somebody will be projecting the presentation.
So whoever is projecting the presentation. I'm not at that end of things.
Okay, I was told that somebody will be projecting.
And indeed, that may well be. Ntombi, do we have Bandita's presentation? Let's see. I know, Bandita, you have time pressures.
Okay, I can, if somebody wants to, somebody who's not, oh, there you go. Okay.
There we go. Jolly good. Thank you.
Thank you. So, thank you, Sheila, and I really want to thank the presenters for inviting me as a panelist at the colloquium. So what I'll be discussing today is talking about the issue of gender-responsive budgeting, but more from the policy, from the perspective of policymaking and what it means as we set about this process. So in terms of the structure of the presentation, I'll first talk about why GRB is an essential tool from a policy perspective, different approaches to carrying out GRB, including experiences and learnings from different countries on GRB, and end with some pointers about factors that will make GRB more effective as a policy tool. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. From a broader policy perspective, I think, this is, some of the speakers have already talked about it, but just to emphasize again that gender-responsive budgeting is essential because for gender justice as well as for fiscal justice. Next one. Going specifically now into the value that GRB provides, there are a number of reasons. And again, I'll be alluding to some of the things that other speakers have also already talked about. But I think, one of the most important things is that women, men, girls, and boys all have different practical as well as strategic needs and priorities. But oftentimes what we also see is that women remain underrepresented in public life, which means that the policies and programming may not necessarily budgets on available data and may ignore relevant factors because the information is simply not there. So what these differences mean is that policies which appear to be neutral on the surface may have unintended consequences, which may then lead into inequality. And is also important because it's good budgeting that will focus on making governments accountable for gender policy commitments. It promotes transparency and provides better basis for better and more evidence-based decision making, including, in terms of assessment of performance and on the effective and efficient allocation of resources and implementation of policies, especially in regards to gender issues. Next slide. Here I'm just sharing a slide on the issue of COVID-19, and a speaker in the earlier panel had also already talked about it. But I think globally there is a growing recognition that crises like COVID-19 pandemic affects men and women differently. And in many parts of the world, women have been losing their jobs at twice the rate compared to men. And more women are in frontline healthcare jobs, which means that they are at a higher risk of exposure. So therefore, government responses to COVID-19 need to adequately take gender considerations into account for an inclusive and more sustainable recovery. However, recent analysis of government budget that was carried out by UNDP and UN Women indicates that most measures lack gender sensitivity. And even when in cases where budget measures do include gender consideration, the assessment found that only 18% aim to address women's issues of women's economic security, and 11% address the issue of unpaid care work for women, which, of course, globally, it's one of the major challenges that women face globally. Next slide. In the interest of time, I won't go into the specific methodology for carrying out GRB, but this is just to say that there are different approaches to gender budgeting, which other speakers have also talked about, ranging from preparing budget statements to collection and analysis of sex disaggregated data to inform budget and policy processes, and also conducting ex post gender impact assessments of budget policies. But what is critical here is to recognize that GRB is not an add-on, but should be really integrated into the existing public financial management systems and processes throughout the planning and budget cycle. And I'll explain this more in my next slide. So again, from a broader policy perspective, few questions that we want to be considering when carrying out GRB involves thinking about gender impacts at different stages of planning and budget processes. So in terms of policy and planning, GRB can help government planning documents, can help review planning documents to determine if they are based on good analysis of gender issues and whether or not budget statements are gender sensitive. In relation to issues of revenue within the budgetary process, there's a need to consider the total revenue allocation and who is contributing towards the revenue. We also can look at the structure of the tax system. Oftentimes what happens is direct taxes like income taxes are paid predominantly by men who tend to earn more and are also more likely to be employed in the formal economy. But when revenue collection depends more on consumption or sales taxes, then it may have a significant impact on women who are more likely to be responsible for managing the family budget. GRB also helps consider how much revenue is lost because of tax evasion and unproductive tax incentives, because it would then undermine the capacity of the state to invest in social policies, which would otherwise help reduce poverty as well as inequality. In the monitoring stage of the cycle, issues to consider would be to look at policies to analyze how they increase or decrease inequalities between genders. Ask people who use services about whether the services meet their priorities, because even policies which appear to be gender sensitive may not actually be what people affected want or need. For example, there's a research into anti-poverty programs in Mexico, which has shown that those programs had relied very heavily on the unpaid work of local women. And these women felt really strongly that the benefits of the program were not worth the investment in their time because of their other responsibilities, including within the households. There's also, we can look at comparing what the government spends on a program with information about how actually it is distributed between men and women. Next slide. Here I'll just, what I thought I'll do is just talk about how GRB has been used in different contexts. And I'll start with the example from Indonesia. In Indonesia, gender equality is something that is explicitly guaranteed by the Constitution, and it's been further promoted through the ratification of international instruments like CEDAW as well as domestic laws. GRB has been made mandatory by the presidential instruction for all agencies at all levels of government, and all government bodies are required to set up what is called a gender working group and implement GRB. So besides this legal framework for GRB, Indonesia also uses several tools to mainstream gender in the budget process, such as gender responsive budget circulars, ex-post gender impact assessments, and tracking of budget expenditure for gender equality. Recent assessment that was carried out by the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Group, also known as PEFA, that you might be aware of, however, indicated that despite this strong legal framework, there are challenges associated with unclear policies and directives, especially coming from the center, the need to have more guidance on designing gender equality focused programs and policies, weak capacity to carry out the analysis and monitor the impact. Next slide. The next one that I'll be talking about could you change the slide? Okay, so the next example is from Odisha, which is a state in India, and it's a good example of local level GRB mechanism. So Odisha was one of the early adopters of GRB in India when it was introduced in 2004. And one of the essential aspects of GRB in Odisha is that unlike other states in India, it had engaged civil society organization called the Center for Rural and Social Development, or CRSD, to support this gender-related work. So what CRSD did was an analysis of the state budget to check for gender responsiveness, and the findings really was used to define the key gender issues and therefore also key policies and schemes that would be most strategic for introducing gender budgeting. The state also developed what is called the state policy on women and girls, and a thing called a women's component plan, where the strategy is to ensure that at least 30% of the state funds and benefits in the annual plan are earmarked for women. So this is a program where a specific target has been set. Next one. Next, I'll be using the case of Albania as an example to talk about how GRB is used at a sectoral level. As early as 2008, Albania had introduced GRB programming in the health sector, focusing not only on better care, but also more of it, and especially more that is targeted to women and families' needs. This meant that this included initiatives like free checkups for about 500,000 people, half of whom were women, and health consultations for mothers and children. Overall, based on international assessments, Albania has been found to be very steady, found to have been made very steady and impressive progress in terms of gender responsive budgeting. The number of programs that include GRB has increased from 9 to 33 between 2015 and 2020. And in addition, gender GRB budget outputs have also increased to 6.3% of the total budget expenditure. Next slide. Broadly, I think, from what we heard in the morning, as well as some of these examples that I've used, I think what we see is that efforts to analyze national and local budgets from the perspective of GRB is growing everywhere, in higher income countries as well as in low income countries, and virtually in every region. In this regard, I think it's very important to have a standard metric to examine the degree to which a country's overall financial management system actually supports gender equality. And accordingly, the Public Financial Expenditure and Public expenditure, sorry, I always get confused with this, Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Initiative, also called the PEFA, which is managed by 9 international development partners, including the European Commission, the IMF, and the World Bank, has developed a supplementary framework for assessing gender-responsive PFM. And this framework contains 9 indicators. You can look at it later, that is presented across the budget cycle. And so far, there have been 15 countries that have agreed to be assessed using this framework, and the assessment has already been completed for 6 countries, including for Belgium, where it was carried out at the subnational level. And this assessment has really helped respective governments identify strengths and also areas that could be strengthened within their existing GRB system. And the example of Indonesia and Albania that I mentioned earlier had used the system as well. Next slide. So just few concluding remarks. I think if you could move to the next slide. I think, what we are seeing is that GRB is not exclusive to the government, and different actors, including government, civil society, academia, NGOs, can get involved in the GRB process. GRB is also not about creating separate budgets for women, nor does it mean dividing government expenditure 50-50 between men and women, but instead the purpose is really to look at budget from a gender perspective, to analyze how it will meet and respond to the specific needs and priorities of different genders. And experience also shows that GRB works best where there's a strategy for translating gender analysis into policy change, when actions are adapted to the specific political and economic and social context. There's a political commitment, champions, allies, leadership at every level of government and civil service, initiatives that involve civil society, including women's organization groups, tend to work very well. And when key players, including ministries, officials, civil society organizations, have sufficient awareness and capacity to deliver GRB, and when these institutions are actually seen as being credible by decision makers, then it also works. Having gender disaggregated statistics and other data available is always useful in making GRB as an effective tool. So with these thoughts, I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussions later.
Thank you, Bandita. A wealth of topics, hard to pick up. I appreciate the focus on revenue, on tax policy. It is a dimension of gender budgeting which has not been focused on sufficiently, and again is one aspect that has the immense potential to impact on gender equality. The focus on data, we've been talking about data for years. We have improved somewhat, but we are a long way of getting the right data to the right policy channels to affect gender budgeting. And an amazing aspect of your presentation is to point to what I've seen for a while now, is the plethora of tools. There's a huge bag of tools available to us for gender budgeting, tools which have been used similarly in many different jurisdictions, adapted of course, but of universal applicability. And it would be important to become familiar with those. So thank you, Bandita. And I have a big question at the end. I'll keep it for then. We're going to move on now to Dr. Hazel Gooding. Dr. Gooding is the Deputy Representative of the UN Women South Africa Multi-Country Office and has over 20 years of experience in the United Nations system. In fact, interesting to note that she served as the interim Executive Board Secretary of UN Women during its inaugural year. She holds a PhD with focus on women entrepreneurs in post-conflict environments and a master's in international relationships, and she has published widely in the Journal of African Women and Youth and the International Journal of Diversity. Dr. Gooding, Hazel, looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to be here. I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to present here. I feel very humbled to be part of such a distinguished set of panelists, very diverse and very rich presentations I've heard earlier in the previous section. It's very interesting that one of the panelists mentioned that before he presents that we may find some similarities in what he was going to say, which should be seen as something very interesting. If you were hearing certain elements being repeated, it's something to pay attention to, in fact. And I found that quite interesting indeed, especially because of the diversity of expertise that we have in the room in the previous session as well as this one. I would like to, first of all, speak to, and I am borrowing from our former regional director who tried to put in context and in a very practical way, what is gender responsive budgeting, who is responsible. And she spoke to the local governments as being responsible for a range of services that are essential to our community's quality of life, such as clean drinking water, transportation systems, waste management. And these services depend on physical infrastructure assets like water treatment plants, for example, roads and civic facilities and emergency vehicles. And local government's infrastructure, these assets, along with those provided by community partners, are the foundation, in fact, for that enables our communities to thrive socially, economically, culturally, and environmentally as well. The management that's required of these existing assets involves planning for future assets and should be a priority for local governments. So as we know, each and every municipality is unique wherever you go, but there are two things that they all have in common. Firstly, they are the first level of government, closest to the people. And secondly, the municipalities have a vested interest in a thriving and resilient domestic economy, and by extension, a commitment to respond to all their constituents. And we know that this should be done with the underlying principle that's also the underlying principle of the Sustainable Development Goals, and that is leaving no one behind. So municipality plans, therefore, need to ensure that their monetary resources, their capital budgets, and their operating budgets are secured to meet the many needs of everyone. In other words, the budget commitments should mirror what the municipality commits to do, and to deliver on these commitments, they must plan for human capital resources. So let me touch on budgets and operations for a minute. There are two types of budgets, the capital budgets and the operational budgets. Both are important for gender inclusive design and management, as we know. Capital budgets, for example, if you're building a new infrastructure such as a water pipe, or refurbishing a secure rape crisis center on a new, or building a new community library, for example, we would assume that everyone in that vicinity would benefit from those, for example, from the library. But this is not necessarily the case, as we know. If the design of the community library has steps, in the practical sense, you have a building with steps leading up to the entrance, with no budget allocation for ramps, for wheelchair access, or toilet facilities for the physically disabled, we are unconsciously excluding a section of the community, including the elderly and other sections of our populations. What about operational budgets? Operating budgets deal with the day-to-day costs and revenue to deliver municipal services. For example, the meter readers, maintenance work to keep the water flowing. Examples of operating costs are salaries, wages, benefits, professional training. Ensuring that the gender pay gap is closed, that women and men can secure quality jobs in their municipality, that the police force have a training budget on, for example, looking at the issue of people with disabilities, that deliberate measures are taken to be inclusive and respectful, will all contribute to a more equitable and cohesive society. By extension, this also suggests that municipalities will endeavor to establish policies and operating principles that are congruent with international arrangements. In particular, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, commonly known as CEDAW, the Sustainable Development Goals that I just mentioned, and so on. In other words, the critical pathway that the local municipality takes in determining how to get to the most social impact for every rand raised and spent rests in the way in which the budget is designed, allocated, and managed, as we've heard before. Needless to say, none of this is practically possible without high-level approval from the Finance Ministry that gender issues should be integrated clearly in public spending. We've heard the data mentioned, and I won't go into that in the interest of time, but I want to fast forward to the evolving nature of gender equality in today's world. The lens, the gender lens, the way that we address inequalities between men and women is maturing. It is now a more complex prism from which to view intersectional factors of inequality, inequity, exclusion, and invisibility. These intersectional factors include race, class, faith, as well as gender, and have direct consequences for societal culture and harmony, for gender-based violence, and for class divisions. Tackling inclusion and equity issues today is an urgent matter, and the current pandemic makes it this reality even more crystal clear to us. I want to mention an example that we love to use in a practical sense, an example of what is done in Uganda, where the Equality Commission requires certification of all budgets before they make their way to Parliament. And when they do make their way to Parliament, Parliament has an audit tool to ensure that every budget is gender responsive. We've heard the mention of preferential procurement, for example, in a previous session. And I'd like to highlight here that preferential procurement is just one element of this whole discussion that we have here today. It should not be used as, a mechanism to tick a box to say we have addressed gender responsive budgeting, because in essence, this can be done very well in the absence of gender responsive budgeting. We know that gender responsive budgeting is at the core of UN Women's work. And since 2001, we have supported more than 80 countries to design and implement GRB initiatives, contributing to increases in women's participation in budget processes and strengthened allocation of resources to gender equality and women's empowerment. It was the World Conference on Beijing in 1995, as you may recall, that set the stage for gender budgeting, initially mainly in developed countries, since at that time, a number of guiding frameworks and mandatory requirements by professional bodies such as the IMF, OECD, and other UN organizations have invested in gender budgeting design efforts in developing countries, particularly alongside budgeting and accounting reforms that were mandatory in exchange for international capital. Today, dozens of countries worldwide have implemented gender budgeting initiatives, and the majority of OECD countries, in fact 90%, report using tools to promote gender equality, and that was mentioned earlier as well. I'd like to close by saying a few studies so far have investigated whether and how the introduction of gender perspectives in budget processes have informed the allocation of public resources. There is a lot more work to be done in this area, and UN Women will continue to lead this work in the recovery period following this pandemic. Hopefully that happens very soon. I thank you so much for this opportunity, Madam Chair. I will stop here and thank you once again. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Gooding. I'm struck by a number of things. In particular, I believe the focus on basic services at local level. It seems to me that unless that provision is made, unless adequate, good public services are available, then we haven't gone far enough in gender budgeting. And it reminds me then of how we need to get beyond the mechanistic approach of inserting some kind of gender code into the budget and being satisfied with this. And instead bringing that analysis that is critical to the understanding of the needs that need to be met. And then, as you pointed out, the efficiency of spend, getting every value out of every ZAR that is spent. And of course, gender budgeting with its focus on targeting is key on doing that, getting efficiency out of the budget. And so that should be seen as something that is an aid to good budgeting, as Bandita mentioned previously. So thank you for your contribution. I hope you can stick around and we will have some discussion when our other panelists have presented, and thank you. We're now going to hear from Ms. Thembi Khosa. Ms. Khosa is the Programme Manager, Stakeholder Relationship Management at the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Thembi recently became the DBSA Gender Programme Lead, focusing on developing the bank's gender mainstream policy and driving the adoption of a gender lens in organisational practices. Much of Thembi's career has been in youth and women, small to medium-sized enterprise development, and key infrastructure sectors of energy and water and sanitation in development finance environments. We look forward to hearing from you, Thembi. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila, and good afternoon? Yeah, good afternoon to the guests as well as my fellow panelists. As mentioned, my name is Thembi Khosa, and I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa. The Development Bank of Southern Africa, DBSA for short, is wholly owned by the government of South Africa, and we report to the Minister of Finance with oversight, sitting with the National Treasury. So we were incorporated as a development finance institution in under the DBSA Act number 13 of 1997. And we exist as a DFI, or Development Finance Institution, to advance development impact in Africa. Although we are wholly owned by the South African government, we have a mandate that spans beyond South Africa, and we advance development impact by expanding access to development finance and effectively integrating and implementing sustainable development solutions. And this we do with the intent to improve quality of life through the development of social infrastructure, but we also support economic growth through investments in economic infrastructure. And as I said earlier, we work beyond the borders of the country. So we support also regional integration, and we promote sustainable use of scarce resources in the entire continent, that is. And some of our objectives in light of the discussion that is at hand here today are to grow businesses to maximize development impact. We also look at integrated infrastructure solutions, to be an infrastructure solutions provider across value chains, and we look right from the inception of programs up to execution and evaluations. Thanks for projecting the slides. I'm just talking through what we do as an institution. I'm not going to necessarily stick to the slides as they follow each other. My view is that they will be shared with the guests after today's engagements. So that's who we are as an institution. So our financing solutions are really in the area of infrastructure. As I said, we look into the entire African continent. And as you might know, in terms of infrastructure, there are many barriers that the continent faces. We have a lot of unmet infrastructure needs that reflect a long-term story of underinvestment, and which therefore means that there's a lot of work that we have to do. And this is just on a generic level. It doesn't begin to speak to the issues that face women or the barriers that face women in the area of infrastructure. If you look at just in 2018 alone, an estimated US 138 billion USD was spent on infrastructure in Africa. And there was a USD 177 billion of investment that was required for the SADC region. And it was required, it was not provided for. And that represents a 45.5 billion shortfall or gap. And already, if you look at the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, that figure must have doubled by now. And so what it means is that African governments really have a lot of work to do in terms of ensuring that we meet our infrastructure need, and that speaks to our government as well as South Africa, and we are happy to be part of today's engagement. So as a development finance, this is why we exist. We exist to look at some of these challenges and try and bridge a gap in the market and we address market failures and market deficiencies. The advantage that we have as a development finance institution is that we have a development mandate. We are a bank, yes, but we are not a commercial bank like the banks as we know them, your standard banks and others. Ours is really to look at the change in people's lives. It's also to ensure that we support governments, whether it's the South African government in this instance, or if we happen to work in another country, the government of that country, we support them in terms of their infrastructure plans. But we also have an advantage in that our financing instruments are really on a long-term basis. We lend on a long-term basis. We go as far as 20 years tenure. But also our offerings include capacity building for institutions that borrow from us. We also look at competency development for those that operate those businesses. For instance, today we're talking about investments into women-owned businesses or women-led projects. So in those instances, we look at capacitating the institution, but in terms of competencies that are required to optimally run that institution, we look at competency development for the individuals that are heading those institutions. And so that's what sets us apart. But the other major element is that we are able to crowd in commercial banks in as much as we are a development bank. We crowd them in as the private sector, and we bring in governments. And so in that way, we foster private public partnerships that basically yield results. So ours is to take the risk before the commercial banks come on board, because often they are not interested in the early on risks that projects present with. So that's the advantage that we come with, and I thought it would be necessary to talk about that. But looking specifically at infrastructure accessibility by women, there are challenges there. In that, for instance, I think all of us listening to most of the speakers here today, and a lot of research studies that have been done, they refer to women as agents of transformation for economic and social change. And that being the case, then you ask yourself as to why is it so difficult for women to access funding? And we recognize them as agents of social and economic change. We find that women in both South Africa and the continent, for instance, they are still disproportionately affected by deeply entrenched gender inequalities and a myriad of other systemic and structural barriers to economic empowerment. And you look at South Africa, we have all the policies, we have the budgets, basically we have the financial and human resources. However, we still have women sitting on the sidelines. And so that presents an opportunity for us today to talk through what we can do to address some of these barriers. And I'm saying this because a lot of women, they play very significant roles, especially on the supply side of infrastructure. There's a lot of women who are involved in, for instance, construction, both in the informal and informal side of it, but they still don't access as much opportunities as their male counterparts do. There's still persistent gender disparities that continue to place women at a substantial disadvantage, even as entrepreneurs, like I said, and it presents for us an opportunity to begin to say, where are we lagging behind? What are we doing wrong? Where can we correct in terms of our practices as government, as development finance institutions that have been established to address market challenges? So you find that women entrepreneurs, particularly in infrastructure, experience long-standing barriers that include huge capex requirements to develop projects, and they also experience high risks of capital, where they are not able to develop feasibility studies for their projects. The projects, you'll find that they are very sound, economically sound, but because they are facing these financial challenges, women end up not pursuing opportunities there. But also there's a lack of tangible and unencumbered assets by women or collateral to secure loans. They have brilliant ideas, brilliant projects that they bring forth, but they don't have collateral to secure those loans. And that's a structural issue that has got to be addressed, essentially. And it can be addressed by the DBSA alone. It can be addressed by government alone, but if we come together, we can actually address such issues. But there's also socio-cultural constraints and the inter-role conflicts from juggling your domestic and your professional roles that lead to delays, particularly in terms of industry or professional accreditation for women. For instance, young women and young men go through university, they get their qualifications, but obviously at the time they finish their studies, that's the time when they will be starting families and that sort of thing. With the young men, they are able to pursue their professions to a point where they get a registration, for instance, with professional bodies. But with women, you find there are delays there. And that presents an opportunity for us to address that structural issue as to what capacitation and support can we provide to ensure that younger women also get their professional accreditations and registrations sorted out so that they can also begin to access projects on a large scale. So, and this is not just a South African thing. Now, in terms of the DBSA, with the gender mainstreaming agenda that is across the globe, we were obliged to look at how we do business. So we've been investing in a lot of projects, in a lot of institutions or organizations, some led by women, some led by men, but in the main they were led by men. And we were reporting on BE figures like everyone in South Africa is expected to. But we found BE is good, but unless you begin to isolate your statistics to say how many of the let's say when you say black businesses have been supported or we have invested in say 1,000 businesses, black businesses, we need to begin to say how many of those were women, instead of just saying it is embedded, women issues are embedded in those numbers. So that's what, as the bank, we did, where we decided we're going to be, in terms of our objective now in gender mainstreaming, we decided we would be deliberate in giving visibility and support to both men and women contributions individually. We're not going to assume that they are on an equal footing. We will present opportunities, but we will also ensure that we look at specific needs and requirements that women and men entrepreneurs present with. So we bring, as we finance or we look into financing projects, we bring gender considerations to the fore. We also go out of our way to transform institutions. How we do that is we do, obviously, like I said earlier, that we focus on capacity building. We look at where the gaps might be in them being able to service their loans and bring forth that the kind of capacity that they need. But also in terms of the individuals that are running those organizations, we then look at what capacity or competency gaps are they presenting with, and we bring in technical assistance there for them to be assisted, because the view is that businesses have got to grow. They can't remain at one point. If today you are at point A, when you come back for further funding, at least you must be have been taken to point C. So so in terms of our approach to gender mainstreaming, we recognized that there is actually a potential, or rather an opportunity that exists for us to adopt a gender lens in financing. We then aim to prepare support for women-led companies and projects that have women as beneficiaries. That's the one thing that we've done, that if a project comes, depending on the nature of the project and the industry where it is found, you will not always advocate for women shareholding, but you can advocate for women beneficiaries. So over and above us looking at women-led organizations or organizations that have a particular percentage of women in terms of shareholding, we also ensure that in terms of beneficiaries, women are a major beneficiary there. So the bank or the DBSA is committed to mainstreaming gender through our operational processes. So we have decided that women and men's concerns and their experiences are an integral dimension to gender mainstreaming. We're not going to say we're focusing on women and we're leaving out the men. We are bringing both together, but ensure that in terms of our design of programs and our implementation and monitoring and evaluation policies address the needs, and we have clear measures of success that speak to gender mainstreaming. But we also felt that it was important for us to not just add the women component in our practices as just an add-on, but to ensure that it is something that starts from within. Whilst we're going to go out and invest in women-led organizations, but ourselves as an organization, we needed to do some changes. So these policies that we're talking about, we are developing them for our own internal practice as an organization to ensure that collectively we have a shared understanding and a shared view on what gender mainstreaming is, so that when we go out and we look for projects or institutions that we can lend money to, we are speaking from the same page, so to speak. So for us, increasing women's participation is really bringing experience, knowledge, and interests of women and men to bear in all our practices, including our own employees. And our mainstreaming, our gender mainstreaming is in all stages of investment. Like I said, right from project identification, we look at aspects of gender mainstreaming right up to the point where we do monitoring. But also what we've learned as the bank is that it is well and good to do long-term evaluations at the end of projects. But if we wait until that long, like for instance, 5, 10 or 15 years later, to begin to collect data, it is too late into the process. So we felt our monitoring mechanisms also have got to be in place so that by the time we do long-term evaluations, at least we can demonstrate, right, that in the short term, there'd been work done, and as we monitor, if there are slip-ups, for instance, let's say we finance an organization and it claims that it's got a 60% women representation, we need to continuously check for that because we are aware of the fact that there is fronting. So we have now developed measures to, on a short-term basis, ensure that we continuously look for alignment there. And in the event that there's misalignment, obviously the view is that we're going to be discussing with those we have invested in. And we are mindful of the fact that doing all of this that we're talking about is not a simple task. It compels an ideological shift from finance as a tool for economic development to it becoming a tool of equitable and sustainable development. And that is why I've been emphasizing the fact that we're looking at working with both the private sector and the public sector, because on our own, or government on its own, it cannot manage this. So we then, sorry.
Could I ask to wrap a little? Thank you.
Oh, great. Let me quickly just talk to our framework. So in terms of our framework, we're looking at 4 areas of focus. One is investing. And we are promoting there, we promote investments in women-owned projects. We look at adapting strategies, policies, and procedures to enable gender mainstreaming. Policies is the next one. The third one is capacity building and knowledge sharing. So for us as the bank, the main thing is that we sit in forums such as this one where we share experiences, we learn from others, and I think there's a lot of lessons that we gathered this morning. And the other one is building partnerships. For us, partnerships are critical, for instance, in terms of accessing tools. Like the slide that you are now projecting, it's based on a tool that we have adapted as the DBSA from the African Development Bank. As you know, they are the biggest development finance institution in the continent. They've already got tools that we could use, as opposed to us having embarked on this pathway to to mainstream gender. We didn't have to start from scratch in terms of the development of tools to ensure that in the entire value chain we have gender mainstreaming measures and targets. So we use this tool. It's called the gender marker. So in terms of the gender marker, we look at various categories of how a project meets gender mainstreaming ideals, whether it's got a gender as an objective, whether it's got gender as an outcome, whether it's got gender outputs, or it's got marginal gender as elements of project success. So in terms of indicators, these are some of the indicators that we look at. We look at the number of percentage of DBSA funded projects classified under the gender marker. As I said, it's a tool we use, but we also look at the contribution generated by women enterprises, so that we demonstrate the value. It's not so much about how many women, but what contribution have those women made. So I will wrap it by saying that all we need is to collectively sit and plan together, design projects together, but there is a huge need of capacity building around supplier development, particularly for women-led projects. And so what that might require is for us to look at how we can perhaps pair a smaller women-owned business with an established business, and ensure that there are measures of success that we ensure are adhered to there. So with that, I would like to just say thank you to the Gauteng province for involving us in this very important discussion, and we look forward to working with most of the stakeholders that are represented here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Thembi. We are glad you are where you are. Clearly, the Development Bank of Southern Africa is very powerful and potentially very important influence in the matter of gender equality. Someone in the chat wrote that it was exciting to hear about your gender strategies, and it is good that there is a recognition of the structural issue in terms of the lack of collateral that economically sound, though they are, women businesses face that structural impediment. And of course, the bank has a broader remit also, and not just in terms of enabling the financing of women-owned projects, but in bringing a deep gender dimension to those projects that it does finance that directly affect women in the locality where those infrastructure projects are delivered. So yes, a very important player, and thank you very much for your contribution, and do hang around. We hope to have some discussion when we hear, and I will go now to the final panelist for this session, Ms. Masana Ndinga Kanga. You're very welcome. Masana is the Programs Director at Sonke Gender Justice, with a multidisciplinary background in African Studies, Politics, Economics, International Development and Law. Masana has a Master's in Political Economy from the London School of Economics. Masana was identified as one of the top 100 women in gender policy for feminist movements and leadership by Apolitical. She is a Senior Atlantic Fellow at the Atlantic Fellowship for Social and Economic Equity, and is passionate about social justice, feminist praxis and thought, and transformation of political economy. Masana was a Chevening Scholar from 2012 to 2013. You're very welcome, Masana. I hand it over to you.
Thank you so much, Sheila, and thank you, colleagues. It's a privilege to be here with you all today. I have taken it upon myself to share my own slides, so please do advise me if you can see them.
We can see them. We can
Great.
see them.
Thank you. So I think one of the important things, having listened to the conversations of this morning, is really what we're looking at is the impetus behind gender responsive budgeting, particularly in times of crises, and understanding the identity and the interventions that are necessary for the full livelihood and just inclusion of women and children and gender non-conforming persons and members of the LGBTIQ+ community for the purposes of dignified livelihoods. And I pulled this out from the declaration of the Gender Responsive Planning and Budgeting Summit in 2018, where the government said that the ultimate goal of gender budgeting is the achievement of gender equality and equity and the achievement of our constitutional vision of a non-sexist society. So this allows us, and I think, Sheila, you mentioned this, to imagine our interventions beyond just gender responsive budgeting as the end goal, and think instead to the structural impetus for these types of interventions in the South African context. So we want, through GRB, to facilitate the dignified, equitable, and just livelihoods for those who are marginalized for their gender identities, especially women, girl children, LGBTIQ+, and gender non-conforming persons. And I think engaging on what we mean by gender and disrupting that allows us to think more critically about inclusion beyond just the numbers of women in leadership, the number of women in the value supply chains, and engaging in, for example, special economic zones, and think more critically about what a just, equitable, and dignified livelihood is. In the South African context, we know that gender inequality in economic terms is, on the one hand, about the gender pay gap. On the other hand, it's around gendered land, wealth, and income inequality. And there's a tendency to focus specifically on income inequality. But when we look at wealth inequality, the statistics show that in terms of intergenerational transfers of wealth and livelihood options for Black women in particular, there's a real gap. We also know, for example, with the statistics, that there's a rampage case of gendered unemployment in our context, where, again, you know, Black women in particular are especially affected, with over 40% levels of unemployment, 4% higher than the general average in South Africa. Again, you know, when we're thinking about gender-based violence and femicide, the disproportionate effects of toxic masculinities on the well-being indicators of women and children in our context and members of the LGBTIQ+ community point again to the need to think critically around gender and gender-responsive budgeting for our most marginalized populations, recognizing the high levels of trans invisibility and the killing of members of the trans community, and how these are not seen as part of a gender-responsive budgeting problem, right? So again, when we talk about dignity, equity, and justice, that allows us to think more critically around whether we're being responsive in our budgeting. And then, of course, we know that gender discrimination in social policy is that the truth is, and a number of people have mentioned unpaid care work, but it is invisibilized. We look at, for example, the Men Care study that Sonke leads in the South African context, and the Women at Work that's taking place, that the unpaid care work of women is invisibilized, it's unquantified. And that in actual fact, that a number of women who engage in unpaid care work, in addition to their paid care work, or those who carry that, rely extensively on the provision of social services, right? To be able to engage effectively in livelihood options for themselves, whether in the paid economy or continuing in the unpaid care economy. And so for this reason, you know, feminists have argued that austerity does kill. It kills because we know, for example, with the austerity measures introduced in Greece, that the effect on that was the cancellation of programming targeting drug addicts, which resulted in an increase in HIV transmissions. And there's a study by the Institute for Economic Justice that explores this extensively as well in the South African context. And that in effect, the expansion, the contraction of public expenditure on social services itself not just affects the health indicators, but also the employment opportunity indicators, and I think even the entrepreneurial opportunity indicators that are available to women. So again, we need to think more broadly about women as not just people who would then engage, we'd have a program targeting women to engage in special economic zones, and we'd create, favorable procurement policies to facilitate that we'd meet our minimum indicators. But in the context of structural inequality, you need to look at the entire woman as a person, right? From childhood into adulthood, and create programming that allows you to think critically about what is necessary for the equitable participation in economic planning and processes at a later life stage. I mean, for this reason, and quite inspiring that the Code Red feminists in August of this year, following the unrest, pointed quite critically to, first of all, the fact that the unrest that we saw disproportionately affected women. That in fact, the South African government had been dragging its feet on the implementation of a feminist economy, that they were in our social services provision and our social grants provision, that our inability to provide a universal basic income grant itself was contributing to high levels of precarity in the context of over 70% youth unemployment, right? And again, re-emphasizing the need to end austerity. And we cannot talk about gender responsive budgeting without talking about corporate and government looting. And that even when we're considering this at a provincial level, right, that our provincial commitments exist within an ecosystem, a political economy ecosystem, nationally and internationally, where illicit financial flows are still possible, where corruption is still possible, where tax havens still exist, right? And that in its entirety, the concentration of wealth in the global political economy is not unrelated to, I think, our own contraction budgeting and policies that we see at the provincial level. We all know this, for example, that the top 1% or 3,500 people in South Africa own 15% of all wealth, whereas the bottom 50% or 17.7 million people in South Africa have a net negative wealth of 16,000 Rand. So when we talk about gender responsive budgeting, if we're not thinking structurally, then we're missing the mark on the intentions behind the tool itself. So considerations in gender responsive budgeting includes understanding social reproduction and how that happens. So social reproduction is the process by which we are able to externalize our care. In South Africa, this is deeply dependent on race and migration status. We see increasingly that there are a wealth of migrant women who are socially reproducing the rest of the economy to participate equitably and are not covered by government interventions. We also see this, for example, even with South African domestic workers who themselves were not considered initially in the TERS program, but only through civil society lobbying and intervention that they were then included. So when we're talking about gender responsive budgeting, again, unless we're thinking critically about which woman, who is included, then we're missing the gap. Of course, we know that participation in the economy for women is intimately linked to ILO Convention C190 and the creation of safe working environments for women in our context. So what do we mean by gender? I want to argue that gender responsive budgeting is not necessarily a problem of women not participating. And I think that's where we're struggling. This is where we're finding our gaps. When we think of gender and patriarchy, we think of the norms that underpin our social constructions of value, what work is valued, what men in the economy view as work worthy of remuneration and visibility. And I think that translates into a policy level. So in our interventions on gender responsive budgeting, we need to look extensively at key populations and understand the patriarchal norms that enable an environment where a woman's intervention in the economy is unaccounted for. And I mean, this is perhaps a policy intervention. Does the government know the extent of care work in our economy and what it is contributing to our economy and who is doing it? And what would happen in the event that all the women who carry unpaid care work were to down their tools, right? So thinking critically allows us then to, I think, reflect on the toolkit by Butland and Hewitt, which is a fantastic toolkit on what it means to engender budgets. So analyzing the situation, which is my contribution today, you would then assess the gender responsiveness of our policies. And I think we get trapped in thinking only of our policies as economic inclusion and economic participation policies, assessing our budget allocations to implement these policies, monitoring our spending and critically our service delivery, and then assessing the outcomes and readjusting as necessary. And what we find extensively in the South African context, despite our commitments to gender responsive budgeting, is that we're getting stuck at assessing budget allocations downwards, that a lot of the work is done in analyzing the situation and creating policies, that when it comes to meaningful assessment of the budget allocations and implementation and receptiveness and ability of those policies and interventions to speak to key populations, that we are actually falling short. At the provincial level, and I mean, I recognize in the context of fiscal consolidation and COVID-19 that at the provincial level, we find ourselves in an especially difficult situation that cannot be removed from national economic planning and, of course, the current global context. But again, you know, when we think then critically of the commitment to the creation of special economic zones and the commitment to township economies, Black, women, youth-owned enterprises in procurement and diversifying actors in the supply chain, unless we're able to look critically at paid and unpaid care work, look critically at the provision of social services that allow all of these actors to participate, look at the life trajectory of interventions necessary for someone to intervene, then what we would be doing in essence is resourcing and creating opportunities for the outliers, right? The people who are able to rise above the current levels of inequality, of domestic violence, of community lack and safety. The outliers who are able to rise above those, create enterprises, understand the government procurement system, and then participate. So again, you know, social policy is the opportunity, I think, to revisit our commitment to gender equity in the next 5 to 10 years. The emphasis on increased subsidies per learner and allocations for the homeless in the Gauteng provincial budget, for example, is welcomed. But again, you know, we know that the real subsidy over time has fallen, that in fact the allocations are decreasing when we look at real levels. And then budget analysis indicates that there are lower allocations for community safety efforts. And if you're thinking again at the full life cycle, then you're missing the opportunity to intervene in community safety efforts for the realization of equitable participation. When I looked at the fact sheet for the provincial budget, gender is only mentioned once, and it's mentioned in relation to gender-based violence, and women is mentioned once in relation to enterprise development. But if we were to imagine, for example, the vision for 2030 and the challenge laid out by Naile Walk is that we need to look beyond economic measurements, right? That there is, in the short term, a need to disaggregate the data by key populations across government programs and policies, bearing in mind our definition of what constitutes gender equality. That there's an opportunity to revisit the gender budget statements, for example, as the Gauteng government, provincial government was doing from 2011 to 2016. But at this moment, we're falling short of consultative budgeting, implementation and reporting. And the challenge set out by the People's Budget is a challenge that is actually attainable if we respect the civic freedoms that facilitate meaningful participation between civil society and government. I'm almost done. So let's look at the NSP, the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. So, I mean, this is one of the most critical plans dedicated to responding to gender-based violence and femicide. Itself, the culmination of collaboration across corporate, civil society, and government. But when you look at government reporting levels, of the 22 implementing government departments, only 7 have responded to the CGE requests for updates on progress. And the quote here from the report is that this points to the general lack of the sense of urgency within government in general, which needs to be addressed. And that is on gender-based violence and femicide. What then when we look at a woman in her entirety and her experience and participation of the economy? Again, of 81 targets across 5 thematic areas, only 17 were achieved, and that itself within the Emergency Response Action Plan 6-month timeframe. We're more than a year into the implementation of the NSP on GBVF. And 12% of targets were partially achieved. And this again led in large part by, I think, the advocacy and continued pressure from civil society for implementation. With the private sector pledge of 141 million rand, how do we guarantee the effective implementation of the plan? We still are witnessing gaps across departmental reporting levels on budget allocations, the monitoring, spending and service delivery, and the assessment of the outcomes. Again, remembering the Budlander and Hewitt contribution on gender responsive budgeting. We also need to think critically on the whole structural environment that facilitates thriving of women and girls and those who do not fit in the binaries. Gender responsive budgeting moves us beyond financial inclusion, moves us towards prevention, intervention, structural and societal, including the transformation of masculinities and responding interventions, including the resourcing of Tutuzela centers itself lacking and wanting, and the SAP's response to gender-based violence and budgets for sensitization training. When we then talk as feminists of what it is that we want a just and inclusive economy to look like, we cannot proceed without celebrating the resolution passed by the UN Human Rights Council that everyone has a right to a just and clean environment. That this work, when we're talking about gender responsive budgeting, we must avoid being insular in our analysis. We must avoid looking at it solely from a local government or provincial level, but looking at how the entire system works together. At the individual level, we are calling for just livelihoods and redistributive justice, including just access to services and not just the minimum human rights core, which is, have you seen a water tank in your community over the past 3 months? We need to also look at the civil and political rights and bodily integrity and the right to play and rest and who gets to exercise that right at the local level. At the household level, access to quality care services, food and social security, collective socioeconomic rights, including just housing and land rights, recognition of inter and intra-house remittances, and the stronger analysis of the links between the unemployed and the employed. But this cannot happen without a functioning national and global political economy, which would then include the end to illicit financial flows, historical debt obligations. We don't want debt forgiveness, we want debt cancellation and debt justice. Monetary and fiscal policy that regulates capital flight, exchange rates and volatility, including speculative volatility that affects global South exchange rates, participatory budgeting that prioritizes just livelihoods, climate justice and non-financialization of social services over growth. And at the political economy, we need greater accountability for tax havens, an end to harmful trade policy. And I'm looking and speaking specifically to pharmaceuticals and their role in exacerbating vulnerability in the global South and resource extraction. Better policies for global value chain moderation that looks at the ways in which global value chains pushes vulnerability onto women in particular of color in the global South, and global South solidarity for just economies. So just to foreground that our interventions at the provincial level on gender responsive budgeting can only take place meaningfully and critically if we look at the entire system. I thank you.
And I thank you, Ms. Anna. I feel like pausing. I think what you've given us this morning is, as you say, an analysis of the situation. You've reminded us of the objective of the framework, the national framework on gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation and auditing. That ambitious objective, the ultimate goal. And I'm reminded of a couple of things. I'll just share one of them. And that is an evaluation of gender mainstreaming that was done a number of years ago by a Dutch academic called Mika Verlu. And her conclusion was that gender mainstreaming had become like a strategy without an objective. And she went on to describe how we had become so consumed in the processes and in the various new instruments that were given to us in order to effect this integration of gender into the government's policies, processes, that we had lost sight of the objective. And as you pointed out, our objective is a just, equitable and dignified livelihood for everyone. And I have made the observation about gender budgeting that sometimes, because there is such a vast array of tools, as I've said before, that we get lost in those tools and we forget the objective. We forget how to describe both the nature and the quality and the quantity of the inequality that we see and of the people who are experiencing that, and how we can move our processes to alleviate that, to address that, rather than keeping simply the focus on the mechanistic approach to gender budgeting. So thank you, Masana. Thank you to all of our expert panelists this morning in this second session. I'd like to open up for any questions that may come forth. You can either insert it into the chat or you can raise your hand. There was one question about for Tembe about whether the bank had a strategy to train women for startups, and I believe that you answered that and pointed to the various strategies that you have. Is someone going to speak? I am, okay. I see that Mazibuku, Faith Mazibuku, you have your hand up, and I will give you the floor. Please ask your question.
Yes, thank you very much, and let's appreciate all the presenters and the panelists. Indeed, what they were talking about is an eye-opener for all of us, especially when it comes to how we even do budgets, and why we have to tear our hair out of our heads in order that we comply or we meet these targets that are actually required from us. But what is good also, which is an eye-opener, is that, in fact, as we talk about the gender-responsive budgeting, it means we have not as yet, so that's my analysis, we have not yet as yet started, I'm trying to think it in Zulu, but speaking in English. We have not yet as yet reached a point whereby we are focused mainly on how are these budgets improving the lives of women. So we keep on talking about gender. So in other words, we are not specific to say women's specific budget. So by saying gender, it means then we're including everyone, even men, people with disabilities, your elderly, the vulnerable, and the LGBTI community. But what is appreciative is that all the panelists, they were able to even give us tools of analysis, because one presenter said it does not mean we have a separate budget, but it means the work that we have to do, we have to make sure that we use, I will use the words, through the eye of the needle, in order to identify that the budget talks about gender disaggregation. So I must say all these inputs actually were exciting, and I hope that most of us have learned from them, and that going forward, these tools of analysis will actually empower us more and more. I'm saddened to hear from the presenter, Ms. Masana, that departments also do not respond when they are asked by the CGE on various questions. I must say sometimes it will be nice to name and shame, but then we'll pardon them for today. But such information is very crucial, because as much as we say government or departments or local government must not be bogged down into bureaucracy of always be answering to various questions or to submitting reports, but also it means as much they must also comply and make sure that when information is requested from them, they actually get that information. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you, Ms. Mazibuku. And I am going to call a halt for this now. I congratulate our panelists. We did very well, but we are still over time. And I believe that the plan was to have a brief lunch break now. Is that still on the agenda? Can I ask my people in authority? Is it still on the agenda that we have a short lunch break?
We thought that looking at our time, we wouldn't be able to do that. Rather, we just allow people to have a comfort break instead. Okay. And that would be about just 5 minutes. And then we will be right back for the third session.
Good idea. Thank you. We'll resume in 5 minutes.
that work of helping us at the third sphere of government, which is the local sphere. So we are hopefully going to be able to, through our district development model, integrated government relations approach, be able to ensure that issues of gender responsive planning and budgeting find expression across government. So I would therefore like to introduce Dr. Brown to please take us through her presentation.
Very much, I hope everyone has had a very quick comfort break. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. I am going to introduce and then hand over to the researchers, to Dr. Ngube. And I also want to just extend the apologies of our chairperson, Dr. Mbava. And then we will again be joined, I think, by some of our commissioners. I know some have had to step out owing to the program overrun a little bit. But without much further ado, let me jump into it, as I know that time is of the essence. So I think the important thing, I think, to highlight is, as you have already, that we are a body that is designed to provide advice and recommendations to organs of state. So I know we've had some very interesting presentations earlier on around civil society and interaction with business and so on regarding gender issues. Ours is to advise government, so perhaps just you'll forgive some of the bias then in the recommendations that we will highlight. And as you've correctly pointed out, we have had a look at gender issues in the Fiscal and Financial Commission over a number of years, and we are very pleased to be part of such an initiative and also the wider initiatives that we know are taking place within the country, actually more rapidly so in the last few months. Given that a lot of what we had been finding before was that there was no movement really in the area. I think the key thing is that we will focus then, as I said, on our evidence-based policy analysis. And our key focus is the realization of constitutional values. I think you can go on a few slides there. If you can just go to the second and third one. All right, I think the important thing to indicate also is that thank you very much, that the commission is made up of the commissioners who are appointed by the president. So it's men and women that are representative of South Africa. And I think the only key thing to point out here is our second last bullet, that we focus primarily then on an equitable division of revenue, and then we hope to influence the executive decisions that are being taken by the provincial, local government or national government executive authorities and accounting officers. And these obviously have fiscal and financial implications. And we obviously would like to see equity, particularly in this instance that we're talking about with respect to gender. So I'm going to skip right over then. If you may please go to the next slide. And here I'm going to ask Dr. Ngube please to come in as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Brown. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to take you through some of the findings of our research, and I think the Chairperson has mentioned that in 2012 we did a study on local government, and we have a new study now on where we're looking at national governments and how they implement gender budgeting, gender responsive budgeting. And we have also, this particular study really applies to the provincial sphere as it applies to the national sphere. So I'm going to take you through the first slide is what is gender budgeting. I'm not going to dwell much on that particular slide because we have heard from various speakers what gender responsive budgeting is all about. It suffices to point to things that the government in South Africa has really committed a lot on gender equality, but on the ground, implementation is still very, very low. But we know that gender budgeting or gender responsive budgeting is an innovative strategy for achieving quality. And at FFC, we are particularly interested in that as we advise government, how can the budgets of government be responsive to gender issues? This particular slide shows some very interesting pictures whereby we show the bottlenecks or the bottlenecks which women face compared to men. And looking at on the right-hand side, you can see that the budget as one of those blocks, as FFC believes that the budget is one of those blocks which can actually change the issue of inequality. So gender responsive budgeting is a very, very important tool to introduce equity. Next slide. So where we are coming from is that empowering women through the budget is not only the right thing, but we cannot win on anything if half the team is not playing. If you look at that neatly bulleting there, that half the team, we have had figures from Stats SA, the number of women in the country. So we're saying that if half the team is not playing, therefore we cannot win. Let me look at the findings of one of our most recent study, whereby we looked at a number of government departments and analyzed their budgets, the whole budget value chain, whether their budgets are very, very responsive to gender issues. We looked at from planning through looking at the call for proposals, budget proposals, the budget execution, monitoring, and even auditing if there is any. So we looked at the entire value chain to see whether the budgets of government departments are gender responsive. So we looked at a number of key departments, Department of Health, Department of Basic Education, and also even entities which are supposed to support government implement gender equality, like the CGE, which is coming later in this discussion. Sorry, we're on slide 7. So we looked at a number, about 5 key big departments, key spenders in government, and to see whether their budgets were gender responsive. And these are the findings of this particular study, which is still fresh. We did it last year, and we have made recommendations this year to government as well as to Parliament. I'll go through the recommendations a little bit later. What did we find from this particular study is that there is limited mainstreaming of gender issues within government departments. So there is limited mainstream of gender issues in departmental budget processes. And the main reasons for this is that there is just general lack of gender disaggregated data. We have heard in the morning that if you have no data, it's difficult to really carry forward some of these resolutions. So there is limited or lack of gender disaggregated data and information to enable the implementation of gender responsive planning, followed by budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, and auditing. So you cannot audit when you don't have any information. So it is important to have gender disaggregated data for governments to use this and implement what we are discussing today. So GRP is difficult, if not impossible, to undertake without an institutional plan to effect the engendering of service delivery programs. Then the second point is that what we found out is that there is limited gender disaggregated data. Slightly different. The analysis indicated that gender disaggregated information could be found in other domains. For example, you find Stats SA has that particular information, Commission on Gender Equality has that information, but key departments don't integrate that information in their key documents like their strategies, their annual plans. So that information is not integrated, which I think is a very, very problematic issue. So we may have the information, but government departments don't use that particular information, especially from official sources like the Stats SA. Next slide. So there is lack of detailed departmental gender-specific performance indicators. If you look at the annual plans or annual performance plans of departments, they have a number of indicators, but looking at those indicators, they are not gender disaggregated. We don't know what happens, or women and girls are not visible in some of these indicators. For example, the Department of Health uses various indicators to monitor the progress of its programs. But if you look at closely to these indicators, they are not really gender disaggregated. We don't see who benefits between men and women from these particular programs. Similarly, Department of Basic Education, we find that particular problem that the annual reports and annual performance plans have well-defined indicators, but they don't really look deeper and for us to know who is benefiting from their programs. So that's the third aspect. Then the fourth aspect is that we have very good legislative policy and institutional frameworks on GRB, but we have seen that there is weak oversight on some of these policies and institutional framework. There is very, very weak oversight. We discussed this issue with some of the committees, interviewed some of the committees. There is lack of understanding of gender issues, gender inequalities, and then gender responsive budgeting among the political leaders. So I think that is a very, very big challenge. And also I found that when it comes to budget officers who are responsible, who must be responsible for budgeting for gender, there is really lack of understanding of what is gender inequality and how the budget can actually be used as a tool to achieve gender equity. So in this next slide, we looked at some of what could be done in terms of planning to achieve, in terms of supporting GRB. Sorry, next slide. Next slide. Yes, that slide. We looked at the planning process, what could be done. We looked at also the budgeting process. I'm going to skip that one. We have dealt with that in the morning. And we also looked at the monitoring, evaluation, and oversight. I want to dwell on the next slide, which is the recommendations we, as the constitutional body, we have made to Parliament, as well as to government on GRB. And let me say, most of these recommendations were accepted by government, but the implementation is rather very slow. So we have two sets of recommendations. The first set, we advised the government to run gender budgeting pilots. This is from a previous study in a few municipalities first and evaluate results for impact before wider application. And we see that there is a movement in that particular direction, but movement is very, very slow. And government should ensure plans institutionalize gender planning by sector. What we had found, we looked at IDPs of municipalities and as we have heard in the morning, some of them scarcely mention gender issues. So if they can't mention these, so you can't find, there is no mainstreaming of such issues. So we are saying that Plans should institutionalize gender planning by sector and include gender disaggregated performance indicators and targets. So there's also need for government to provide gender budgeting good practice guides and toolkits which are absent now. There's also a need for government to provide guidelines for collecting gender disaggregated data for budgeting processes and institutionalize a gender responsive budgeting process linked to development plans. There's also a need to build capacity for gender mainstreaming, as I've said, across the different spheres of government. Capacity for gender mainstreaming is lacking, and also for gender responsive budgeting. So there is also a need to ensure gender responsive appropriations and budget allocations. And lastly, ensure gender sensitive public participation and consultation on the budget, especially at provincial and local level. But from our very recent study, the one we are discussing in Parliament and in government, we made a few recommendations from our findings. The first recommendation was to the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, whereby we recommend that they should finalize the institutionalization of the gender responsive planning through national and provincial governments as envisaged in that framework, gender responsive planning budgeting framework. And also, we recommend that National Treasury, together with the Department of Women and Monitoring and Evaluation, should spearhead the implementation of GRP and mainstream GRP throughout the entire scope of the budget process as it applies to the national and provincial government. We are happy to report that there are movements in that particular direction on the part of National Treasury. We have discussed them. They are doing something with international partners on that. The National Treasury and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities should consider the introduction of formal gender auditing process to be conducted by a relevant independent institution. It's important that there is a formal gender auditing process in the country, which should be conducted by a relevant independent institution, especially in respect of the non-financial performance information of departments, entities, and municipalities. If we have that, then we are bound to see some progress, in positive progress. Then the next slide, we are recommending that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities should coordinate and spearhead initiative focused on the capacity building of political and administrative leadership. The Department of Women is a coordinating department, so it should coordinate capacity building within government, especially for budget officers and also for politicians in terms of oversight on the executive on GRP. So there's a need for building of capacity and also building of capacity around the use of gender disaggregated data in the budget process. And very important, we are saying that the Department of Women, Youth and Persons of Disability should, on an annual basis, prepare a comprehensive report on how the Division of Revenue Bill, the Division of Revenue Bill is the budget which is read in February of each year. So in this particular case, we are saying that the Department of Women should actually prepare a comprehensive report on how the budget or the Division of Revenue Bill responds to gender inequality, because the budget is read annually. So the department must actually respond and make a response accompanying that budget on how that particular budget is responding to gender inequality and how fiscal policies translate the government's gender equality commitments into reality. We find that that is actually happening in other countries. Then the Department of Women, Youth and persons with disability, together with STARS SA, should provide explicit guidelines for collecting and integrating gender disaggregated data to ensure the visibility of girls and women. We can talk, but if we don't have sufficient data, it is difficult for departments to act on this particular noble cause. So the department should also invest in statistical capacity building in government to improve the measurement of gender equality indicators and the collection of gender disaggregated data. That's the Department of Women. So those are the recommendations we have made to Parliament and to government. The response to some of these recommendations is positive. So I thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to present our recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ncube, and it's good to know that you have conducted another study, and we will be leveraging your expertise as the Fiscal and Financial Commission, given the fact that you actually work on prior planning of issues, all issues financial in the country. So thank you also for the recommendations. There are a few questions in the chat that we will attend to shortly. However, I would like us to maybe move on to the next Chapter 9 institution, which is the Commission for Gender Equality, who will also verify and perhaps begin to answer the question around how do we ensure that there is compliance, how do we ensure that there is willingness, particularly at a municipal level, which is one of the questions that has already appeared in the chat. And obviously we cannot always rely on political will. Institutional mechanisms and building of capacity would be but two interventions that we can certainly put in place so that what we do in terms of gender responsive planning and budgeting is at an institutional level. The point on gender focal points and persons not being filled and appearing in organizational structures is also noted, and often some of these are called unfunded positions, and it's important that we also monitor that. I would then like the Commission for Gender Equality to Ms. Khomojo Munyepao, she said, I practiced earlier, Munyepao, Ms. Khomojo, to please then take us through the issues of engendering municipal IDPs, which will begin to answer the question in the chat as well, and report back on the institutionalization of gender responsive budgeting in municipalities. Thank you, Khomojo.
Thank you so much, HOD, for the opportunity, and I greet you all. My name is Kujo Munyepao, as well pronounced by the HOD. Yeah, you are quick to master a name. It was difficult in the morning, but I'm glad you have pronounced it well. So I just need you to move to the presentation outline. Okay, thank you. This is what is going to be discussed today in this presentation. It's going to be the purpose, the mandate of the CGE, mandate of gender mainstreaming, gender equality as a human right, gender equality as an accelerator to the achievement of the SDGs, summary of gender mainstreaming process, gender mainstreaming and IDP, measuring institutional progress to gender mainstreaming, benefits of gender mainstreaming, and the challenges that we face as and when we try to institutionalize the gender mainstreaming process, or rather program. Can you move to the next slide? Local government is an important tier of government and has a significant impact on the lives of communities because they provide a wide range of services and facilities to the communities in their municipalities. It has an important role to play with regard to ascertaining that service planning and implementation is flexible and sensitive to meet the diverse needs and capacity of the citizens who will be accessing them. So we are having a gender mainstreaming program that we are institutionalizing within the local government, since we realize for us to feel the benefits of gender equality, it should be first felt by the citizens, by the ordinary people that we are providing these services to. So we felt, or if we're doing it on national departments, or as our people at the ground are struggling, it won't be as beneficial as we may want to see, or as the Constitution may want everyone to be receiving equitable opportunities, to be being safe in their own cities or in their own spaces. So we thought tackling it from the local government will have a huge footprint and will address the needs of many who are marginalized, who are our ordinary people in municipalities, in the informal sector, in the rural, informal settlement and the rural communities. Can you go to the next slide, where I'm going to be moving to the mandate of the CGE. Section 187 of the Constitution requires the CGE to promote respect for and the protection, development, and attainment of gender equality. It further has CGE Act number 39 of 1996, which, as amended, further mandates the CGE to monitor and evaluate legislation, policies, and practices of the state, statutory bodies, and the private sector, as well as indigenous, customary, and religious law and practices. CGE is further empowered to research and make recommendations to Parliament, receive and investigate complaints of gender discrimination, and conduct public outreach and education on gender equality. The CGE has additional powers to subpoena and litigate to further its mandate. Pepuda Act of 2000 obliges the CGE to institute proceedings in equality courts in instances of discrimination on the basis of gender. Our vision, therefore, is a society free from all forms of gender oppression and inequalities. Our mission is to promote, protect, monitor, and evaluate gender equality through research. We have a research department in the CGE, which recently has launched report on gender-based violence during COVID-19, report on representation of women in traditional council, and many others that you can access on our website. Then we have public education, which is what I am doing today, where we educate people about what is gender equality, what is the responsibility of employers, or rather of civil society, or of even municipalities, to ensure that gender equality is attained, protected, and developed. And then we have a policy development where we ensure that we monitor all the policies. We even monitor domestication of international treaties through our research department. And then that's where we see, or rather we identify gaps of policies, and then we write to Parliament to review, or rather participate in review processes of such policies after we've identified them at the ground level. And then we also do that on legislative initiatives. And then we have the legal department, which is having the responsibility to do litigation. And as part of the litigation, the legal department will, on annual basis, is holding transformation hearing and is doing systemic investigations to assess the progress made by private sector, the government, or rather municipalities, in terms of institutionalizing gender equality, or rather gender mainstreaming. So we call upon departments on annual basis, the private sector, your cities, your checkers, to say, guys, you know, you have an obligation to mainstream gender. How far are you with gender? How far are you in terms of skills, equity, BBBE, and even the policy environment of your institutions? And again, we are also monitoring the response on mechanisms on GBVF. You know, we have a national strategic plan on GBVF. So here we call your social development and community safety. They usually account on the status of shelters, which we have a report of that has been launched a year or so ago. And then we will call on SAPs to say, how are you handling these cases? Why are we getting complaints from citizens to say you are not handling their cases well, and so on? And they come and account. And even the magistrates called, why are the GBV cases taking long to be resolved, and so on? So those are the kind of monitoring that we do on different institutions or on government and private sector together with a civil society. And then I've already spoken about inputting on legislative and then mandate of the general gender mainstreaming. We draw our mandate from the international instruments, which I believe I'm not going to dwell on to because a lot of the speakers this morning have talked about your Universal Declaration of Human Rights, your Beijing Platform, the Convention, and the SDGs. So what I'm going to highlight only is that as we ratify this instrument, this international instrument as a country, we are actually saying that we agree with the laws of the instrument and then we are willing to domesticate this instrument in our own countries. So by becoming parties to international treaties, states assume obligations and duties under international law to respect, to protect, and to fulfill human rights. The obligation to respect means that the state must refrain from interfering with or curtailing the enjoyment of human rights. And then we have also the SADC instruments that help us, or rather that we derive our mandate from. We have the national instruments, our constitution, and all the related laws that are guiding the gender mainstreaming, or rather guiding gender equality. We've got your BBBEE Act and Employment Equity Act, Skills Development Act. I've already mentioned the NSP. So there are a lot. I'm just gonna brush through so that I don't waste time on that, because I know a lot of speakers this morning have spoken about this legislation intensively. So, and then we also have the local instrument, the gender policy framework for local government, which was from 2015 to 2020, which was a beautiful document, which we need to align the municipal work with it and other relevant policies or legislations that are there that guides the work of gender equality and gender mainstreaming. And then you know that gender equality is a human right. So here are the principles of the human rights that whenever you are trying to mainstream gender or you are embarking on the business of gender equality or the space of gender equality, you must take it from a human rights perspective, where you are ensure that you abide or you comply to the following principles: universality and inalienability, indivisibility, interdependent, and interrelatedness. In this vision, you cannot say, I'm going to do gender equality and then I'm going to leave education behind and I'm going to leave health behind. So all these rights, all these goals, if you may want to call them, they are interrelated, they are interdependent. The right to gender equality depends on the right to information, depends on the right to health, depends on the right to safety of your environment. You cannot say you're going to study while you are not staying in a safe environment or you are even hungry. So those are the kind of things that one should consider: equality and non-discrimination as a principle, participation and inclusion, accountability, and the rule of law. So now, let me skip gender equality as an accelerator to SDG. They have already spoke about how gender equality is central to the achievement of all other goals, because if you are using the gender lens in application or in implementing of the goals, you will know that when it talks to goal number 1, you know if it's going to be poverty, you know it's going to be, you're going to eradicate poverty on an equitable vision. If it's going to be health, you know you're going to provide health on an equitable vision, and so on and so on. And then let me talk about the gender mainstreaming process and zoom into the municipal processes that we had with the 3 municipalities that we have sampled. The first process is to sample municipalities, which we have sampled the 3 cities: city of Johannesburg, city of Ekurhuleni, and then city of Tshwane. So these 3 municipalities have been sampled. And then initially we were communicating with the gender focal persons within these different municipalities. And we found that you are not getting a commitment or cooperation as such until then took a decision to say, okay, let's write this correspondence to the municipal manager, since he or she is the one accountable for that, the institutional management. Then we did that, and then for some municipalities, we got a cooperation and commitment. For others, we did not get. But it is not a matter of cooperation. You can know with Tshwane, you find that this week there's someone acting as an MM, so maybe she's wary to do to make commitments. The next week when you try to contact them, there's someone So those kind of instabilities, they are in a way delaying the process of mainstreaming. But one thing for sure, the city of Johannesburg is the one that is ahead in terms of the institutionalizing and gender mainstreaming within their municipalities. And then we now analyze the IDPs. And when we analyze the IDPs, we want to see if gender equality or rather gender mainstreaming is finding expressions in these IDPs, because we believe if gender mainstreaming or gender equality can find expression in this IDP, it will gonna be easier to operationalize it and then implement it. But if the minute we miss it in the IDP, then it will just disappear. You cannot say I will plan for it when I'm doing my operational plan or my annual plan. It has to be in your strategies, it has to be in your IDPs, and then it will flow through the processes and then until it's implemented and the people at the ground will feel the benefits of gender equality or rather of our democracy. And then we do gender audits where we have different tools to say, this is the gender audit tool. We give the municipality and then advise them on what information is required on the tool, and then we give them time for them to respond to the tool. And this is one of the area where it has delayed the process of gender mainstreaming, because sometimes you don't get responses, sometimes the responses are not completed. So it's a back and forth of trying to requesting additional information, and then the whole kind of a thing. You cannot audit like the fiscal commission. Stakeholder has expressed that you cannot audit if you don't have sufficient. So this was the issue with the process of gender mainstreaming. And then gender responsive planning and budgeting. This is then gender an enabler. When you have the audit tool and you've analyzed it, then you come up with recommendations and findings that you relay back to the municipality that you are auditing. And then it is easier for them to plan to say, okay, these are my findings. And then for me to respond to the findings, this is what I need to do. Then that is a plan that is going to be trying to address the findings that the CGE has come up with. And then for that plan, you obviously then need to budget for these activities that are going to assist you in addressing the findings. So now that is where I'm saying gender responsive budgeting then becomes an enabler to the whole process, because if you're having findings and you need to address the findings, then you don't have a budget, then that's how it becomes then an issue, which we have experienced in many municipalities where we find there is no budget, where we find in terms of employment equity, they are not meeting their targets, but they will say we are planning to ensure that we meet the targets in terms of equity, but there won't be budgets for them to fill the post and so on and so on. So those are the kind of challenges that we've been encountering throughout the process. And then therefore the municipality will have to have the mainstreaming strategy and then the gender policy implementation, monitoring and reporting. Out of the three municipalities that I have mentioned, the city of Johannesburg is ahead, because when we started working with the city of Johannesburg, there was no sexual harassment policy, there was no gender policy, there was no succession plan to say if our equity targets are like this, what is the way forward. So I can safely say that they have developed policies around gender. They have, through their social development, they have plans on how are they going to respond to the findings that were relayed to them. And then ours now is just to monitor them and to ensure that they implement as per the timeframes given to them. And then we know for a fact that COVID-19 has also delayed a lot of processes. The recruitment sometimes has been delayed, and then as a result, it will then also impact on the implementation of their plan as a way to respond to the findings. And then gender mainstreaming and IDPs, I've already alluded that despite the lack of attention that is paid to gender in the IDPs, municipal projects often benefit women, children, and persons, and LGBTI, including persons with disabilities. Some projects, particularly those delivering infrastructure and services, are informed by the Constitution, NDP, and municipal body frameworks. Women's involvement in water, sanitation, roads projects is not only a prerequisite, but is increasingly being regarded as normal. Some project managers and municipalities run projects that are gender sensitive. In some projects, women again gain skills and better incomes and are empowered in the process. This is what we need. So hence I said, if it is included in the IDP, it's easier to even institutionalize it when you are, or rather operationalize it when you are providing services to these communities in different locations within Gauteng. And then let me jump this one. ID proposals should incorporate the following. Further efforts should be made to give women and marginalized groups and their organization a voice in the IDP, particularly participatory processes. And the range of issues arising from this engagement should be reflected in the IDP. Special development plans should include the needs of women, which is safe public transport, safer cities, enable close proximity between work and home, accommodating formal economic activities, and including the local economic development. So now, what are we actually looking for when we are analyzing the IDPs? We're looking for adequate inclusion of comprehensive and integrated gender equity programs in the IDP, which will be operationalized at a later stage when we are implementing your services. And then inclusion of all genders during public consultation. And those inputs gained from the consultations will then be operationalized and translated to transformation interventions, which will address economic and skills development, employment equity, and gender policies, including safer cities. I have participated in the IDP consultation process of the city of Johannesburg under the then leadership of the late Mayor Makubo. And then that's where we, together with the other gender equality stakeholders like Sonke, we were stressing that gender mainstreaming should be part of your IDP, Mayor, because if it's not part, it will be lost violence against women. And we still wrote to say we cannot only deal with one thematic area to ensure gender equality. We need to couple them all so that we know we are moving at the same speed. Otherwise, if we're going to include violence today, it means next year we're going to include equity. So we have to take them together. So that's how these processes are. And then, but you actually don't have a control over how they are going to be approved. So when it comes, the IDP comes back, you find all the inputs that were made during the consultations are not even reflected on the IDP. So those are the kind of challenges that we face as and when we try to engender the IDPs. And then measuring of institutional progress to gender mainstreaming is underpinned by the following indicators. We check our audit tools checks for policy environment, whether you have policies or not, because the aim is to create a conducive environment, whether within the municipality or as and when you provide services to your recipients, or other safer spaces within cities or other locations where you are, as the manager, you are serving, or the spaces within your jurisdiction. Gender representation in decision making, where you find that equity is a problem. You know you've got targets where they will say there's a target for representation of women at SMS, but most of the departments, most of the municipalities are still struggling to attain that target. So even with our representation on traditional council research report, you find that women are not represented at traditional council level. And then that is another area where we should enhance our mechanisms to ensure that there is equitable representation of all in different categories or different sectors within our country. And then you will know for a fact that we will also want to have a look on your employment equity, which most of them have not met. We want to look for skills development, BBBE, gender budgeting, for gender equality interventions, public health and SRHR, your service delivery, and safer cities. So you find that there is something that is being done, but not to the level that the municipality have planned to do. You find that they are still not meeting their targets, but they are having plans to do. Sometimes there is an issue of budget, hence I'm saying JRB is an enabler. And then let me talk about challenges. I'm glad that my colleague from the Department of Women I know they are started a process with the Department of Treasury, where they ensure that for a department or a municipality to get budget, there should be gender budgeting within it. That is a good step towards the right direction. And I'm glad that she mentioned that they are in talks with the Auditor General, so that I wish that we can have indicators that we send to the Auditor General, so that when they audit departments or institutions, gender will also be audited. The department or the institution will be audited against gender, because you may find what gender, it is looked upon as if an add-on. The people are not taking gender serious, and it is as important as any other services or other thematic areas that needs to be implemented within institutions. So I will still say, HOD, that political will is one of the issues or one of the stumbling blocks that holds all these processes not to move. And then management support and commitment at all levels. Executive instabilities, I have already alluded to that one. Coordination of efforts between COGTA, SALGA, CGE, and the Department of Women. I've realized this year when I had a meeting with COGTA, SALGA, and others to say to that COGTA will have their own gender audit tool. SALGA will have their own gender audit tool, the CGE, and then the Department of Women. And then I said, no, it means then we will say the departments or the institution are not responding to us, but they are at times maybe wary of this or tired of these many tools. Why don't you come together and coordinate this? And we know that we have one tool that will come with data that is needed by the 4 institutions. You know what, I'm going to include my indicators. The other one is going to include his or her indicators. And then when that tool comes back, everyone can get the information, and then we analyze. So that the coordination of efforts needs to be streamlined, needs to be taken into consideration. And then cooperation and availability by all concerned. We also need cooperation from the municipalities, and we also need to reprioritize gender equality as a right, not as an add-on or as a by the way or as a commemorative kind of a thing where we only think of it during August. So we need to reprioritize gender mainstreaming and gender equality efforts by enhancing our monitoring and coordination systems. I think it's now the end of my discussion. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the Commission for Gender Equality. And I think now that we've had both the Chapter 9 institutions presenting, we have the accountability measures, or those who hold us to account. But importantly, I think from the FFC, what we can also take away is that if half the team is not playing, we cannot win. And of course, that if we do not have gender desegregated data or sex desegregated data, what we're measuring does not always give us the results that we need. Actually gives us quite a distorted picture. And important is that our domestication of international treaties is also very important. Of course, our last report would be the Beijing plus 25, but our ongoing compliance to that becomes important. And so we're not paying lip service to it, as the CG has said. Masana from Sonke Gender Justice, if you could please kindly share your presentation with the Secretariat, we'd really appreciate it so that we can then also share it with the participants who have requested the presentation. And then lastly, of course, Treasury indeed is being brought on board as the CGE and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability has already said. And part of it is to say Treasury should not approve budgets that are not gender responsive. When gender responsive budgeting started in the legislature, the National Assembly in particular, the idea was that because budgets are approved in the legislature, it would work that way. But it is absolutely useful now to have colleagues both from the National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury, namely Unompumelelo Khatebe, as well as Utraifina Mukele, so that they can then present on guidelines to implementation system and the systems that are required, as well as the budget planning cycle. For me, it's mini heaven. It's like, yay, we almost there. We're almost there. 1995 to here. So there are those Pregs Governor and others who started long before we did, and we found it along the way. We took the baton, and voila, here we are. So National Treasury and Provincial Treasury colleagues, the holders of the purse. It's always said that you hold the purse. It's a purse and not a wallet. So I'm not sure why it is so gender blind and biased. So if it's a purse, let it be one that saves the most, that is more prudent with its finances, and that is more responsive. So over to you, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if I'm able to, okay, I see I was able to unmute myself. I had emailed Noluthando the presentation. I'm not sure if you got it, Noluthando. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nompumelelo Khatebe. I work in the Public Finance Division of the National Treasury. So we are the ones that are holding the purse, as the chair has rightfully said. And yeah, as you all know, that it has not been an easy couple of years when it comes to trying to manage public finance. And I think the issue of gender is a very important one. I think let me start off by appreciating all the presentations that have been made thus far and the very useful discussion even in the chat. And I think maybe starting off with the national level, and then Trifina will talk to what's happening in Gauteng. I must start off by admitting that we are still at the very early stages of GRB rollout. So a lot of what was discussed today, I've been rigorously taking notes because it really shows the magnitude of work that we still need to do at the national level in terms of going ahead with the rollout of GRB. Yes, we've had attempts before, and there were challenges with that. Hence, in the presentation, I will also start off by focusing on them. So you can go to the next slide, Noluthando. So maybe starting off by showing you where is it that we have come from at the national level. And I think the first thing when we talk about GRB, which has also been consistently highlighted by different speakers today, we need to continuously make a strong case of why GRB is important. We are unfortunately not at a phase yet where everybody understands and people know that GRB is important. So we still need to continuously make the case for GRB across all levels, the executive, the legislature. Everyone needs to know why GRB is a priority. And I think one way of doing that, hence we even use some of it in the slide, is to use statistics, to share the statistics on good practice and the impact that is being seen on the ground. I think when we do that sensitization and we're able to show the evidence on the ground, then I think we are going to, do a lot in terms of pushing the reform as far as it can go. The other key issue which comes across a lot is the issue of ensuring that when we speak about gender responsive budgeting, we all have a common understanding of what is GRB, the different concepts, the tools and instruments that are used for GRB. Because even, when I discuss amongst my colleagues, we seem to have different understanding of what it is. So I think it's very important that when we are rolling out reforms of this nature, we ensure that we all have common understanding of what it is we mean by GRB, as well as the concepts. The other key thing, when you are rolling out a reform of any nature, and GRB is no exception, is to make sure that there is a role clarification, the different role players understand what is their roles and responsibility, because GRB is not a reform that can just be implemented by Treasury, whether at national or provincial level. It does require a whole of government approach to it, as we have seen and heard through many examples even today. The issue of coordination and oversight is a very important one. If we don't make sure that we coordinate it properly, that we ensure that there is relevant oversight even at the highest level, such as Parliament, then we're not going to reach the necessary traction that we may want to reach with GRB. So it's important that as we talk about GRP, we'll also consider issues of coordination and oversight. And lastly, we have to be able to evaluate the impact of what it is. The agenda here is not GRP. The agenda here is gender equality and women empowerment. So using GRP as an enabling factor for that, we need to be able to have the assessments every now and then to assess whether or not what we are doing is actually having the desired impact on the ground, because that's the reason why we do this. And then just very briefly talking through some of the challenges and progress that we've had over the past few years with GRP. You can go to the next slide, Nolotando. I think the what we would say is the first attempt really at GRP is the issue of the women's budget post 1994. But the limitations, with the previous attempt is the fact that it did not gain any traction because it was not institutionalized. So when we talk GRP today, we need to make sure that it becomes institutionalized, that in the context of Gauteng, for example, it does not become Ndombi's thing, that even when Ndombi is no longer there, GRP is something that the province is doing, it's something that we are doing at the national level. So the issue of institutionalization is a very important one. The other key, reform that came about at a policy level was the introduction of the framework by the Department of Women, which basically demonstrated government's renewed commitment to the issue of gender equality and women empowerment. And as we all know, GRP is an enabling factor for that. So if the other things are not in place, it's going to also have an impact on what we are able to do from a GRP point of view. And then in responding to the framework by the Department of Women as the National Treasury, we then made calls to departments through our MTF guidelines to submit certain gender disaggregated data through the databases. And we also included other priorities, your women and your children. The challenge with that is that we did not really get any good data from the two calls that we made in 2019 and 2020, and there were several reasons for that. One of the reasons is the fact that the people who are completing the data, which is your finance, actually do not understand what is required because they are not working with the gender-related programs. They were not able to do that necessary disaggregation, and there's also a disconnect in terms of information sharing between the planners, the gender focal points, as well as the budget unit. So that was the thing that we realized with those attempts, that we need a much more coordinated system before we even make out calls to departments to submit the information. There were the gender numbers that were submitted were preliminary because they were submitted as part of the MTF process. And therefore, when you submit numbers in the MTF process, they are for basis of budget decision making. So what we have in the MTF will not necessarily be the final allocations that go out to departments. So that was the other challenge that we had with that. So that the issue of timing of data collection was very key. And for some departments, it was just an issue of malicious compliance. They just took the budget and divided it by 2, and then they submitted their database so that they can comply with the requirement. But that's not necessarily what we want, and therefore, in this renewed commitment and effort to implement GRP, we are learning from some of these previous challenges that we had, and I will talk to that shortly. You can go to the next slide, Nintendo. And then the other issue, I'm just waiting for the slides to change. There's a bit of a delay. Okay, this slide is just basically showing some of the data that we collected. And as you can see, out of the departments projected on the slide, it's only education, employment and labor, justice, public works and presidency that submitted some of the data. Some departments really did not know how to disaggregate their current budget data in terms of gender. So this was the challenge that we had. And maybe moving on now to lessons learned, which is the next slide. There are a couple of things that we took away from this exercise that are now informing how we want to do things going forward. And one of the key lessons we learned is that coming up with a template or a database and sending it to departments to say, complete this information, it can never replace the issue of buy-in. There are capacity-related issues that need to be addressed on the ground. There's the issue of making sure that there's sensitization that precedes any budget template and that there is buy-in, not only in the department or by management in the department, but by all the other key stakeholders in the process. So the issue of training and making sure that people are trained and understand, and that we have guidelines that really give them information on how to do this and what the expectation is. That is very important. The other key lesson is that GRB is not just a budgeting and costing exercise. When people hear gender responsive budgeting, they just think about the money only. But it's more than just about the budgeting and costing. There are issues that are related to how we develop our policies and making sure that at the policy level, the policies are gender sensitive, so that at the time when we now assessing them for budgeting purposes, the issue of the gender sensitivity has been covered. The issue of making sure that our plans are also gender responsive. So before we get to GRB, there's all this other pre-work that needs to be done so that then the budget can be more gender responsive. There's work that also needs to be done in making sure that our current structures, budget programs are also customized in a manner that they can enable the collection of gender disaggregation data. And then again, the other important thing, there's the issue of the need to set clear objectives of why GRB and what it is that we are doing. So we need to be clear that the process here, we want to improve accountability by government institutions to make sure that they achieve government's gender equality and women empowerment targets, the costing and estimating the financing gap, so that we know how much government is investing and what the financing gap related to that is. And therefore, we are able to then make a case that we think gender is underfunded, and this is how it can be financed. There's the issue of monitoring spending on gender. So it's not it doesn't end at the point where we include the information in the budget, but we also need to make sure that we've got systems in place to monitor how the monies get spent after they are allocated. And then the other key issue is on awareness and sensitization, which is an ongoing thing. It never stops, because people would need to understand exactly what is required of them. And I think for us, as we always say, being involved in many budget reforms, reforms take time, and therefore patience is key. Learning from the experiences of other countries, as we also heard today, it takes time, but the important thing is for us to start and make sure that we continuously improve. Now, when we look at, from this background and the challenges and the attempts we had before, what now is the new approach for implementing GRB in South Africa? Obviously, the guidance is from the framework, the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation, auditing framework, and it sets out clear expectations and requirements for treasuries. For example, it says that we need to make sure that the budget guidelines, we include requirements for departments to have budget submissions that are gender responsive. It says that we must make sure that budget bids demonstrate allocations for gender or women empowerment and gender equality. And I'm just highlighting in bold there the current limitations that we have because of the current fiscal situation that we are in, is that currently we are not taking, there are no budget bids because there's no money in the fiscals to allocate. So as we also roll out GRB, we need to make sure that the expectations are set clearly, that it does not mean that this is not a resource allocation process, but it's about making transparent the resources that government is already allocating, so that we can be able to know what are the financing gaps, make a case of why those financing gaps should receive additional allocations, but importantly also be able to discuss about what the trade-offs are. So if you are in a holding budget where you don't have additional resources to allocate, what expenditure must be foregone for us to be able to fund some of the gender-related expenditure. So it will help with that discussion. And I think for me, the key thing from the framework by the Department of Women is that let's make sure that as we are reviewing the budget submissions, as we prepare budget documents, let's make sure that the issue of gender is addressed there. We understand fully how responsive the budgets are, what are the indicators that for which we've allocated money that departments have included in their budget, how much is allocated, and that we are able to monitor progress. I think for me, the key message from the framework is that, and as Treasury, because of our roles and mandate, we take leadership in that regard, but also understanding that there are also other dependencies, which I will talk to in a bit. Next slide. And then so when we then start thinking through, what is then the roadmap for implementing GRP? We recently had an IMF mission that was helping us think through, the implementation of GRP, but also drawing on some of the international experiences that Robert and Nino shared this morning. So we had a mission for about a month where we had extensive discussion. Some of the people in this meeting also participated from provinces in the mission meetings to really help unpack what are the challenges at provincial, at national level with GRP, and what sort of roadmap can we design given what our challenges are. So then there was a proposal or a proposed roadmap that they shared with us, which then as Treasury currently we are in the process of translating it so that it can suit our processes, but also the capacity that is currently there, and also to help us identify what the capacity needs are. But as part of that process, what we were able to identify, which was very important, was what are the minimum requirements if South Africa was to roll out GRP. So in other words, what are the minimum? At the minimum level, what is it that we need to roll out GRP? The first issue, there's the issue of the gender disaggregated data, which I think has been elaborated on extensively today. And linked to the issue of gender disaggregated data is the issue of performance information. We need to be able to make sure that we can identify our priorities in the plans and make sure that there are indicators against which we can measure success with regards to those priorities. The issue of having a gender budget statement, and a gender budget statement, it doesn't matter the shape or form that it takes, but the key aspect of it is that it represents government's commitment from a budgeting point of view, that this is how much we have committed as government for gender. These are the priorities that are there. This is the allocation that is there, and this is basically what you can hold us accountable for as government. So the issue of having a gender budget statement, even from the international experience, is a very key GRP tool for implementation. And then there's also the issue of tagging expenditure, which I touched on earlier, that our previous attempts failed because we just issued a template to department. We sort of included a paragraph to tell them what information we want, but we did not take into account the fact that they themselves don't understand. There's no gender disaggregated data which they could use to complete the template. So the issue of tagging, but making sure that we also provide guidance. In other words, not everything in the context of the department can be tagged as being gender responsive. So we need to be able to provide that guidance and make sure that we have a clear framework in place that can guide departments on exactly what it is that they need to take. There's the issue again of making sure that we do ex post and ex ante gender impact assessments, because I mentioned the importance of us being able to evaluate whether or not we are having the desired impact given what the objective of the goal is, because it's not GRP, it's more about making sure that government is able to meet the gender equality and women empowerment related targets. So it's very important that we make sure that when we develop policies, when we do our plans, we make sure that we do the gender impact assessments at that point before it even gets to the issue of the budget. I've spoken about the need for us to make sure that we're able to monitor and report on progress based on the priorities that we would have identified and taken into account. Next slide. I think it's moving. But the next slide, basically, as it moves, thank you, is really now the roadmap or the key pillars of the roadmap flowing from the mission that I alluded to earlier. So one of the biggest things that we had to think through as Treasury and understand was the issue that you cannot just dive into the process and want to do everything at once, which is what we tried to do before and we failed. So we need a much more phased-in approach on GRB rollout, which basically looks at which elements are we going to implement when, given the capacity that's there. And I think the Gauteng province example is a good one of how using a phased approach can also help to make you more effective. So it is a phased implementation. We are still trying to debate and agree on what the mechanics of the phasing. So what do we phase in first? What do we phase in, last? But again, linked to the issue of the minimum requirements that I spoke to earlier, we're trying to make sure that at the minimum level, whatever phase we are in, we must be able to at least make sure that we cover and address those minimum requirements. So there's the need to make sure that we also set clear timelines, again, drawing on the international experience, other countries who have done this and have been doing this and what their experiences were. So it's a process that takes time, but the key thing is for us to be involved and make sure that we do it, we don't let it fall through the cracks. The issue of communication, coordination and oversight, I cannot overemphasize that. Like I indicated earlier, it's not just a treasury process. There are planning related dependencies. We also need to have the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability involved in the process so that they can also help with those impact assessments as the gender experts as well. So the roadmap does take into account the coordination related requirements, but also the roles and responsibilities of the different stakeholders. And then capacity building is an important one. Not everyone who works and captures numbers or balances figures wakes up tomorrow and is suddenly a gender expert. So we need to make sure that we invest in the capacity development related elements of GRB as well, because if we don't do that and we create this expectation that people will just produce the information that we want, it's not going to really make us effective. So those are the key elements of the roadmap. And then in terms of the system requirements and tools that would be required. So there's a whole overhaul and review of, you can go to the next slide, Tando. There's a whole overview and overhaul of our systems and tools that we need to do as part of the process of rolling out GRB. So we need to look at everything from our standard chart of accounts, from our current in-year monitoring report, the basic accounting system, program-based structures, our quarterly reports, the E&E and the type of information that we include there. So we need to look at all of those current tools that we have and look at how we can then customize them to make sure that they're gender responsive. In other words, that we can make sure that as and when we are looking at IYM reports from departments, we are already analyzing how much the department is spending towards the priorities on gender that they would have committed to as part of the budget process. There are also other additional gender tools that are required as part of GRB. The issue of the gender budget statement, which I spoke about, there's the issue of doing gender impact assessments. We need to have GRB guidelines to give out so that people understand. Again, the issue of making sure that we clarify concepts and that everybody has the same understanding is very important because it flows from this thing. So we have to make sure that when it comes to having common understanding, making sure that we bring people on board and we get the buy-in is really dependent on the type of tools that we choose and we use for these purposes. And what other countries have done, they've designed a whole M&E framework that is specifically for gender as part of the overhaul of their monitoring and reporting system. So there are a number of tools, there are a number of examples internationally as well of what other countries are doing, which we can draw from. Without even spending a lot of time on the issue of oversight, I highlight on this slide some of the oversight that's required. It starts with making sure that the Department of Women has a voice in our budget discussion so that they can bring in the gender lens. It's making sure that DPME, when they receive the plans, they also make sure that they analyze them for gender sensitivity so that make sure that the indicators and everything, there's alignment, from the MTSF to the strategic plans to the APP, and that's a DPME mandate and not a Treasury mandate. As Treasury, we also need to make sure, and this is something that most people have said, which is that we need to make sure that, I think the recent comment in the chat to say, don't approve the budget if it's not gender sensitive. So as part of our role of analyzing budget submissions, we also need to make sure that we bring in the gender lens. The gender budget statement is not just something that we develop. We have to make sure that it's included as part of the budget document and that actually it is tabled in Parliament so that once it's approved at that level, it becomes government's commitment. There is oversight that needs to be done at the level of portfolio committees and Parliament. And I think ultimately it's about making sure that gender is also inculcated as part of the auditing process. So both the financial and non-financial information. So once we've done everything that needs to be done to prepare for the auditing related elements, we need to make sure that that particular perspective also happens, because it's a very key one that will tell us how effective we are in the process. And then the next slide is just talking to the capacity building related elements. I don't want to spend too much time on that in the interest of time, but it's just about understanding that we need to be able to identify what are the training needs, who needs to be trained, and by whom. You know, which institution. The National School of Government has done some work in terms of developing some material on gender. There's work that I understand our capacity building unit in the National Treasury is also doing. The Department of Women is also involved somehow. So we need to make sure that we align all the relevant training so that we make sure that it's uniform and that it preaches the same message, essentially. But we need to make sure that when it comes to training and capacity building on GRB, it is a key enabler that we make sure that we have, you know, gender focal points need not just be something that we say departments must have for compliance purposes, but they need to also understand what is their role in making sure that we can have a gender responsive budget. So those are some of the capacity building related elements. And then finally, I think in conclusion, which is the last slide, just to remind us, and some of this has already been discussed today in terms of concluding remarks. But as I've already mentioned, GRB is not just about budgeting. It is important that we identify and understand what are the dependencies, because if we don't look at the dependencies, then we are going to look back 5 years from now and realize that we have been effective because we missed the point that it starts with the policies and the plans before we can get to GRB. The effective implementation of GRB is also largely dependent on strong coordination mechanism. Because it involves so many departments, it's important that we work together. It's important that we clarify roles and responsibilities, that we don't encroach on each other's mandates, but support each other as we do that. So it's very important to understand who are the stakeholders in GRB and what are their different roles and responsibilities. And also bearing in mind that we're not going to have a fully gender responsive budget in the 2022 MTF. It's going to take time, but we must commit to making sure that we start with the building blocks and that each and every budget moves towards being more gender and responsive. And I think ultimately, I always like to emphasize that gender is about men and women, although because of the current inequality at the gender level that are there, a lot of the focus now is going to be on trying to make sure that we get women to that level. But we must not negate the fact that the gender responsive budget is about gender looking at being responsive for both the needs of men and women without disadvantaging one over the other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nompumelelo Hadebe. We should keep you there. We're almost there. We appreciate that Treasury has also noted and put together a roadmap around piloting. It must have been 4 years ago that UN Women had also had started with the department. At the time was just women, and looked at possible piloting, and Free State was an identified province. And those who've been in the gender space for a long time are probably going, oh my gosh, but this is much better progress than no progress at all. And of course, the challenge that continues is the inability of departments to desegregate their data in terms of their plans and therefore their budgets, which is what Treasury has raised, and therefore they were not able to submit information to National Treasury on issues of budgeting. So capacity building and more capacity building, essentially institutional support and capacity building so that departments are able to look at that. It is inherent for some reason, I suppose it goes back to the whole issue of patriarchy and how how people think and find it difficult to then budget in a manner that is responsive. Indeed, when Treasury does give guidelines, they are generally followed, and deadlines. So I was quite relieved and pleased to see that Treasury regulations on gender are to be issued, and gender, which would be very, very useful. Let me applaud the National Treasury for having engaged the International Monetary Fund for well over a month and embarked on a mission on helping the National Treasury in understanding gender responsive budgeting. Indeed, we will look at the phasing approach. I was happy to even see that KZN Treasury is also in the meeting, and do please send them the presentation as they have requested. In terms of slide 13, National Treasury talked about Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities being in the forums, perhaps as a key stakeholder, which I think is a step in the right direction to provide that gender lens. But what is actually more important is that every department is able to see their work through a gender lens. Before I allow Commissioner Rockman and Commissioner Fowler from the Fiscal and Financial Commission, please allow us to take the last presentation from the Gauteng Treasury from Trifina. So Trifina will then take us through, and that will be the last presentation. We will then take some responses from the Fiscal and Financial Commission, and the comments, of course, on issues of consultation have been noted. We are a consultative democracy, #ETOLD. If the community are not consulted, IDPs are consulted at a community level. It's important, I suppose, that we are able to get the information as to when consultations are happening. Youth policy was consulted, and of course that comment in the chat is really noted that however that inputs are not always taken into account, and the strength of civil society remains fundamental in order for issues of policies to be developed accordingly. Can we then have Trifosa from the Gauteng Provincial Treasury present as the last presentation, and then we'll take the comment. Trifina, I'm sorry, Trifina. Okay, and Kujo, I said Komojo, Kujo. So, but because her name is Peace, I think she'll find it in her heart to be peaceful towards me.
A very good afternoon to everyone on the platform today, and thank you very much for inviting us as a Provincial Treasury. I am going to present on behalf of Provincial Treasury. As the chairperson has already indicated, my name is Trifina Mugele. If we can go through to the next slide. In terms of the presentation, this is what I will be focusing on. We will do the introduction, and we'll also look at the data collection process that we followed in the previous financial year, and we will also look at the analysis that we did, as it was for the first time that we are implementing gender responsive budgeting in the province. And fourthly, we will look at the current budget process following as we present the budget 2020, and I will conclude. Next slide, please. Now, in terms of the introduction, I think most of the speakers have already spoken to this. And as I've indicated earlier on, that following the adoption of the framework, we started to work with the Office of the Premier to ensure that the process of ensuring that in the planning and budgeting cycle, this important concept or this important reform is taken into account. So we started to work with them in the previous financial year. But furthermore, what was important to note in that process is that, yes, as various speakers have already indicated, the information and the availability of sex disaggregated data, it was a problem. And we are still trying to work with the department to ensure that we strengthen the data collection process. We have identified the gaps from the previous financial year, and we provided feedback to departments. And there is a process that I will take you through that will show that we have embedded this process into our planning and budgeting cycle. Next slide, please. Next slide, Notando. In terms of our data collection process, what we did with the Office of the Premier and working with Ntombi in particular, we then collected the data in the previous financial year, that was around July, August of the previous financial year. And we've developed tools that we are working with the department, where department had to populate after the Office of the Premier led the process in terms of ensuring that policy-wide have an understanding of this process. The tool mainly captured the gender-specific performance indicators and budgets linked to these indicators. We did work on the template, and it is an Excel template because it was the beginning of the process for all of us and GPG as a whole. So what we worked on, we ensured that as we work with the departments, the gender-specific programs, especially including the GPV interventions, departments do work on that. And we also looked at the women empowerment interventions, where departments had to identify the employment equity indicators and work on that to ensure that those targets that are set in the various documents, they are attended to and are achieved by government. So this is the process, is the journey that we have traveled with the department in the previous financial year. Next slide, please. Notando, next slide.
She does have it on gaps. It's just, I think we have longer lag time now. Sorry, but it's showing now.
Yeah, okay. All right. In terms of the gaps, what we looked at in the previous financial year, previous slide, Notando.
It will go back just now because she thought on hers it was already showing, yeah.
All right. Yes, we are there. So when we started to introduce the process, as all of us will be aware that when we start a new process and a new reform, there are always challenges. And this is what we experienced in the process as we work with the various departments. So in terms of the credibility of data, when we looked at the information that we had received in the previous financial year, we realized that the sex disaggregated data was not readily available in GPG departments because it's something that is new. It's not something that was in their planning process. We also noticed that some quantification of the targets in rand value, we could not verify them. And because of the systems, this is still applicable even in the current financial year, but we do continue to work with departments to ensure that information that can be verified and that can stand up to scrutiny, we review it with them together as we are currently doing in the current process as we prepare for the next budget. And the other challenge that we faced is that a number of departments didn't comply with the standardized format. As I've already indicated, is that, with a new process, with the new reforms, departments were not ready for this, and these were not in their planning processes. But as we continue to work with them,
we do believe that we are making inroads and there's a better understanding because of the process that we implemented in the current financial year. And when we look as well in terms of the information, some of the information was not captured and some of the targets were in percentages and some were not quantified. Because you will all know that when you provide targets and percentages, you need to have a baseline that you can compare with, so that when you analyze and you monitor that, then you know that this is the base that you are moving from. So these are some of the challenges and the gaps that we identified in terms of data credibility. And what we've also noted that is that departments focused more on indicators that were focused at women only. And as most of the speakers have already indicated earlier on, this is not just based or focused on women only, but it must cut across women and males in the province. So these are some of the things. But also in addition, we also experienced some challenges where in terms of roles and responsibilities, when the engagement happens, this was not clear to departments as to who is supposed to be working on this new reform. Should it be the gender focal points in departments, or should it be the office of the CFOs in the province? But I'm glad that during the process in the current financial year, Ndombi and the OOP did clarify this matter after engaging with National. And we hope for the improvements in the current financial year as we move towards the tabling in March of the budget. Now, moving right along, in terms of the plan for the current financial year, we, as I've indicated, that we started in the previous financial year. What we did in the current financial year, because we know that planning is a precursor to budgeting. Without planning, things may not go well, or things may not go the way you have expected to. So we had to ensure that early in the process, we still work together with the Office of the Premier, where there was a gender analysis, a gap analysis that we did, as I've indicated earlier on. And with Office of the Premier, we worked with the departments to ensure that we improve the previous submission. But also around June, July, what we did, we also worked with the Office of the Premier, worked with the National School of Governance, and there was a training that was provided to the departments so that we strengthen the understanding. We ensure that the improvements that we are looking for in terms of achieving our targets, departments do have a better understanding. So there was a training, there was that capacity building that Nompumelelo you were talking about, and I'm happy that as we move on with this process, we are still aligned to the framework or the roadmap that you are talking about. The other thing that we worked on with the departments, with the Office of the Premier, there was that analysis and engagement with departments to ensure that there's a detailed analysis of the annual performance plan to ensure that there is the alignment with the gender responsive budgeting. In terms of the gender booklet, the OOP has designed this, and it's almost final. And my understanding is that it is now in the process of being published. So this will then help the departments and help other stakeholders to have a better understanding as we move with the process. What we also did after having done all that, please go back, Notando, just a second. What we also did, we had a budget forum from the Provincial Treasury, which is run by Provincial Treasury, where we took departments through the expectations that in terms of the gender responsive budgeting to say what is expected, because as I've indicated earlier on, planning is a precursor. So it's important that we take along our teams, our department officials, and we walk this journey with them. So we had the guidelines that we have drafted, and we then had the workshops with them around August to ensure that we deepen the understanding. We then requested the departments to then work on the templates, and we have been engaging with them together with the Office of the Premier. And currently, we are now in October. What we are doing right now, we are having the MTech sessions with departments, and those sessions started on Monday, where we are giving departments feedback on what they have submitted to us. And I must say that there is an improvement in terms of what we received from the previous financial year. So we will be completing that process of MTech, where departments will then still go back and improve the submissions that they have forwarded to us before we go to the Premier Budget Committee, which is planned or scheduled to happen before the end of October. And what we also looked at is to say, in terms of monitoring and evaluation, which the speaker spoke about, was to say that, yes, we've started the process. Let's start to see what we have put forward in terms of monitoring. Are we making progress? What is it that departments have achieved so far? And we are engaging in that process of monitoring right now. And we will also be giving feedback to departments on the first quarter and the second quarter reports. Next slide, please. I think this slide it emphasizes what I explained in the project plan, but also what is important just to highlight here is that this data, the various stakeholders that are involved in the process. So to bring a new reform into the process, it really requires an involvement of various stakeholders. So as I've indicated that we are now currently running the MTech processes, which is chaired by our HOD, and various HODs are appearing at that committee. And this is what we are currently working on to ensure that as we prepare for the committee towards the end of October, there is improvement in terms of gender responsiveness. But also to note that it is a reform that is implemented incrementally, as we've indicated earlier on, and the focus is still on those three-pillar approach as per the framework that was adopted by Cabinet. Next slide, please. There's some delays. Now we're getting to the end. Yes, colleagues and everybody else, as I've indicated, this is a new reform that we are implementing as a province, but we are excited with the progress that we are seeing as we engage with departments for the second time in the 2 years that we've started the process. And yes, the stakeholder management is critical as we work with the departments, and we are hopeful that even with this colloquium, this will strengthen the understanding of what we are aiming to do as a province, being supported by National Treasury and other colleagues that we are working with. So yes, the process will be concluded sometime around the end of October, but we are happy with the improvements to ensure that we are able to indicate how much of the budget that we will be tabling in the coming financial years over the MTF respond to gender. That is our aim, and we hope to have better improvements as we implement this process. Thank you very much, Chairperson. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Trifina, for the presentation, and we certainly, from the Department of Community Safety, look forward to a greater partnership with yourselves as the Provincial Treasury as we ensure the necessary capacitation of our provincial departments as well. I will now allow Commissioner Rockman, followed by Commissioner Fowler, to respond to some of the questions. And in terms of the recording, please know that we have been live on Facebook on the Gauteng Provincial Government Facebook page, GPG Facebook page, but also it will be on YouTube under the title of the colloquium itself, Colloquium on Gender Responsive Budgeting, Investing in Women, and that will be on YouTube as well. So Mr. Rockman and Fowler, over to you. Mr. Fowler.
Thank you very much. my apologies, the Commission. Commissioner Rothman, sure. But let me indicate that perhaps if I don't answer some of the questions specifically, if you could perhaps recap on some that I may have missed. But I think the key point that the Commission is making is that without planning from the beginning for gender-based budgeting, it won't happen. So there are 2 points. So the first one, first of all, let me commend the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for the work that they've done. I was just noting in the last presentation that one of the areas they're going to go in is equal opportunity for equal opportunity employment. My recommendation in relation to that is that you can't really have equal opportunity employment, given that there is already a bias against women based on patriarchy. So it should really be aimed at gender-biased employment opportunities. So that focuses on women in particular, because as you know from the BEE work that has been done over the years, that it's only through focusing on employment of Black people and a bias towards Black and poor people in general, and particularly Black women, that you can change things. And even there has been the progress has been rather slow. So I would say gender biased employment, employment bias towards women. But the second area that you mentioned was really in relation to using the IDP and public participation. Now, my experience with the public participation at the municipal level is that on the IDP is that an IDP covers many issues, and people generally are interested in the issues related to their communities specifically. And so the recommendation is that you then have to integrate and ensure that a gender-biased approach to budgeting is done at a very local level if you're going to have realistic inputs from communities. That would be the second area that I would suggest that we implement. And the last area is that certainly my experience at the provincial level when I was in the province, similarly, that people don't necessarily come specifically for the budget. They come with the issues that they have in mind. So a similar approach needs to also be taken in the province. That really breaks the implementation you wish to put in place down to a very local level, to a ward level, because that's how consultation should be done at a ward level. Yet, in most cases, that is even in Johannesburg, where they do a fair amount of consultation, it is really the councillors who do the ward level consultation. But the city as a whole does it more at an area level. And so the specifics of the locals are often missed. And it's an area that we need to improve on. So that would be my initial comments. Are there any specific questions that I may have missed that you wish to perhaps to put forward? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Fowler. There does not We do not seem to have questions that you may have missed, and I think some of the points of emphasis that have been made is the KPIs, the key performance indicators from national to local level in order to hold directors general, HODs, as well as municipal managers, and to account on issues of women empowerment, gender equality, and gender responsive planning and budgeting in particular. And I think key to the capacity building is also to know that DPME, as the National Treasury has already indicated, that DPME is also critical in ensuring that we have plans that are gender responsive, and thus the concomitant budget would be the same. We do have a national women empowerment and gender equality policy framework from 2000 as approved by Cabinet. So it is a long-standing policy framework that we have. Of course, it's a matter of review and also ensuring that other departments are therefore aligned. And the review will obviously now take into place the COVID pandemic and the dynamics that has brought through. This does bring us to our last agenda item, which will be Mr. Mbada from the Premier's office to give us the way forward before the vote of thanks by Ms. Shangase. Mr. Mbada, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson HOD Ntsikelelo, and the other difficult task you are giving me. I thought the first one I did indicate it was difficult because this task was a task of listening from the rich presentations that were made by various panelists. I think the first part of what we think we should consider as a takeaway is the fact that there is a need for the synchronization with PFMA, and that I think includes issues of reforms just within PFMA, partly what Commissioner Fowler is talking to. And that means that colleagues from Treasury, we need to move with speed on some of those issues that will demonstrate that we're serious on the issues of gender responsive budgeting, so that we deal with the issues that I think some of the colleagues were raising, and that those are issues of economic inclusion, in a sense that in our plans, as one of the colleagues were saying, that right from the planning phase, working with DPME and working with the Department of Women, Youth and the People with Disability, that right from the time we are proposing our plans, there must be a deliberate intention to make sure that what we are deciding in the MTF or MTSF as a whole, or whether what we call the Provincial Growth Development Strategies, almost what we have done in the context of the GGT 2030, that if we want to build a province or a country that is in step with itself, that won't happen if women are not included, if we don't address issues of the most vulnerable in our community. So I think the gender responsive budgeting tool is calling on us to embark on the reforms that we need in order for us to realize a more inclusive, non-sexist, democratic society. I think the second broad area is that there's a call that we need to look at our performance across the system, from the accounting officers and those that are responsible for planning. That one of the things we need to include is the issue that they must be considered as well as champions for gender-based responsive budgeting, such that in the performance agreement that is included. And in the case of Gauteng, we will then review what we have with Premier and MECs, the delivery agreements, and almost what we're going to even champion working with the presidency, that the delivery agreements of the president and those of ministers, including those of the premiers, the MECs, the mayors, and so forth. So mutandis, they must include the aspect that whatever you propose to the cabinet or your local structure, it must be inclusive and deliberate intention of addressing this issue of being deliberate about inclusionary budgeting in as far as GRB is concerned. I think the other broad area is that we need to invest in the issues of data disaggregation, so that in our planning tools or in our planning and budgeting, there's clarity and demonstration of the beneficiaries in as far as a classification is concerned, so that we can see whether indeed before we allocate budget, we're allocating budget that is going to assist us to achieve what we want to achieve as the government. I also think that the other broad area that we're raising in the context of the IDPs, the district development plans, we need to then say, working with COCTA and working with the provincial treasury. And remember, Commissioner Fowler will recall that one of the responsibilities that provincial government has through COCTA is that of the sign-off of the IDPs. So we need to increase our capacity, including that of treasury, make sure that whatever is considered an IDP is inclusive and demonstrate deliberately what that municipality is doing with issues of gender responsive budgeting. I think the other broad area is the issues of inclusion in terms of infrastructure development, including the design, the architectural design that must be deliberately or including the most vulnerable in our communities. I think with that said, we are very much going to make sure that the outcomes of the session with the team in the office of the Premier, led by Ntombi, but also working with the MEC Masbugo, that we take the outcomes of this to our Executive Council so that they become the decision, but they are implemented, but also we take them to the new incoming leadership of local government. But I think I would not be correct not to end by saying that the planning tools might not be with Treasury, and probably why Treasury takes time to embark on the necessary reforms. So we need to work with Treasury to appreciate the importance and the urgency of the reforms in as far as this aspect is concerned, so that we can be in a position to make sure that we realize what is our constitutional imperative, that of building a non-sexist, non-racial, democratic, indeed united and prosperous society. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbada, for that. And just parting shots from me before Ntombi closes us out is that the South African National Policy Framework for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality of 2000 establishes a clear vision and framework for gender mainstreaming across laws, policies, procedures, and practices, which serves to ensure equal rights and opportunities for women and men in all spheres and structures of our government. I will now like to thank you myself for your participation and all those who've sent comments, who found this a very enriching session, and hand over to Ntombi Shangase, who has done an excellent job in bringing us all together. Ms. Shangase, Chief Director in the Office of the Premier, over to you, and thank you.
Thank you very much, HOD, for the opportunity. I think we need to give ourselves a good round of applause. If you can find an icon there and just clap, it's been a wonderful day. It would not be complete if I really don't thank my speakers and panelists that have done a great job. So from the top, I would like to thank MEC Mazibuko as the champion for women empowerment in the province for her leadership.
and passion, and taking this area of work into new height to an executive level. Thank you, MEC, and for your opening remarks. I want to thank my boss, Mr. Mbada, for his guidance, his strategic thinking in ensuring that gender-responsive budgeting is adopted and recognized as a critical tool for the Gauteng province. We wouldn't be where we are if it wasn't for you, and for that I'm grateful. To Stats SA, Tabisa, thank you so much for showing us. Sometimes we just talk and without understanding the implications on the ground. So really showed us through data the challenges that women face on a daily basis and brought us closer to the journey of improving the lives of women, so that we know where they are, what interventions. So we'll use that data to align our work with a department as the Gauteng provincial government. Of course, Dineo from the Department of Women, thank you very much for providing us with a policy framework that guides the work that we are doing. We hope that what we are doing and what we've so far done contributes to the national agenda, and we continue to look up to you for guidance. And to IMF, really thank you very much for agreeing to partner with us and to hold our hand in institutionalizing the gender responsive budgeting. And thanks to National Treasury for facilitating this partnership. We're very excited to see that we can use in terms of streamlining our processes. So we'll work with you on that one. To the Motsepe Foundation, grateful, very, very grateful for what you have shared with us, but also just to learn that the foundation has invested interest in this area of work. We're hoping to learn from your research and use that to make our work. To Sheila Queen, thank you so much for chairing the panel with such expertise. And we thank the EU for making your skills available to us to use. We hope that you will continue to work with us in this area of work. To the UN Women, Dr. Gooding, thank you so much. You really presented gender responsive budgeting as a practical tool as well as a solution to achieve gender equality, and that's what we were looking for. But grateful also that you were able to bring issues of other vulnerable groups into this tool, but also that we don't forget as we move forward. To the World Bank, thank you, Bandita, for coming into the stage. We really appreciate your vast knowledge into the area, but also sharing your best practice experience. We will engage with you further to ensure that we take these lessons to shape the work that we're doing in Gauteng. Mr. Mbada indicated in terms of DBSA, we are grateful for your presentation and how women can be integrated into this male-dominated industry. To Lisa, IMF again, thank you for braving the time difference and joining us from Washington and sharing with us your experience in terms of engendering economic policies for inclusive economies. We've really learned a lot. To Sisonke Gender Justice, thank you very much for your thought-provoking, inspiring presentation. Indeed, just and equitable society is what we are striving towards. And we're hoping that you will reach out to us so that we continue to work with you. To the third session, which was the last, thank you very much to the Financial Fiscal Commission. What a beautiful presentation on the work that has been done, but also highlighting the shortcomings in terms of our processes and system which affects our implementation. We hope to rely on your expertise to do better and work with you. To CGE, you are our partner in this. Thank you for sharing your experience in terms of... Thank you very much. to CGE, we will bring a copter on board to make sure that our work is aligned and streamlined. To National Treasury, thank you very much, Nompumelelo and your team, for bringing the purse into the gender agenda and the discussion. We will work with you to do better. And to our Gauteng Provincial Treasury, definitely you've done your best to ensure that Gauteng institutionalizes gender-responsive budgeting. We'll continue incrementally, as you indicated, to make sure that we do our best. To our facilitator and HOD, definitely thank you. Your understanding of gender issues made the webinar exciting and easy to follow as you continue to draw our attention to critical points and make sure that we follow the discussion. And to yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you so much for your patience, your engagements, your interest, your question. It was all exciting, and hopefully we've learned a lot from this engagement. Please reach out to us on how we can work together. This was just the start, and we are here in Gauteng, and to all the provinces that join. Hopefully you can take a leaf from our experience and start and continue to improve in your own provinces. Thank you very much. Safe journeys. We wish you a wonderful goodbye, everybody.
And thank you to Sheila, our co-facilitator. Bye, Sheila.
Okay, goodbye. Thank you very much.